There, as here, it is, of course, frustrates itself, since those who do not love can never understand. Hence, this thing which was free and was also ignorant and very wretched. The essence of its wretchedness was that because its ignorance and curiosity had never been born, they could never die. They existed in the unchanging idea, without hope of release. Fortunately, it did not know this, for spirit is as unable to conceive ending as man to conceive endlessness. And so we have the beginning of Evelyn Underhill's wonderful novel, theoretically about her time in the Golden Dawn, written in 1909 or published in 1909. And this predates the publication of her book, Practical Mysticism, by 5-6 years. In 1915, she published it, I believe. I could have that wrong. I'll double check. But I get that confused with her big book, Mysticism. Either way, we're going to have a wonderful adventure today through her text, Practical Mysticism, and compare that to some of the ideas or concerns she expresses in her novel, Column of Dust. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's going to be a fun and different kind of interesting one today. So I'm very glad to see so many people here from the get-go. Before we dive right in, let's let those of you who are new be aware that we have an arcane event coming up this November 6th through 8th, online and in person in Austin, Texas. And if you are at all interested, please register today at enochiacon.com or arcaneresearchsociety.com, because this will probably be the biggest yet we've had, with up to 100 people there and over 20 presenters presenting who are all very much experts in their field. So without further ado, here's a little bit more information on that.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
All right, how's everybody doing? Howdy indeed. Howdy, Jacobus. And howdy, yeah, Column of Dust might get inspired by the creating of a film poster, Portland, Oregon. Sounds good. I like that idea. Yeah. Brad says, gotta admit, I've never heard of her. Thank you as always for enlightening us. Well, she is an interesting one. She is what my PhD was on, although I didn't get a chance to finish it due to my supervisor's death and the shutdown of the entire department at University of Exeter, which brings me to a little public service announcement. Dr. Puka posted this link below that I've shared in the description. They're trying to get rid of, it seems, the majority of the professors in the humanities, theology, esoteric studies, all of that at the University of Exeter. So the administration is trying to gobble up and remove even more jobs while just gloating and bloating itself on ever increasing tuition costs. So if you want to go down below to that link and sign the petition, I don't know what it'll do, but we may as well do our share, do our part. It takes very little time to sign that petition and let people know that, you know, universities really have no value outside of the professors who teach at them, but they're trying to turn it into something that I think will eventually no longer need professors. And that would be a very sad state of affairs. The replacement of human beings is not a good thing. And I think we all agree with that because we are human beings. Hello, Astarte. Greetings. All right. I've told myself this won't be a long one, and you know what that means. It could be. It could be. But yeah, there's too much to do to tarry and waste time. So let's begin with looking at this beginning of the column of dust. I read to you just the first bit of it, and I think I linked it below. If not, I'll link the links below. Or I can, yeah, I think I shared the links already. This is the start of the novel. Well, actually, I should grab the novel, and it's not so much really a retelling of her time in the Golden Dawn, ostensibly. It's more. Oh, let's put that on screen for you. It's more that it's the story of a spirit and the people interacting with that spirit and the problems that she seems to diagnose in the magical worldview. She clearly came across people that were, yeah, traditional occultists who maybe were less grounded in religion, as the occult science movement came along, as people were more interested in exploring reality in an occult scientific sort of way rather than having it co-opted as many might have seen it by religious structures. I think that was a big problem, and that was sort of the battle of the time, is this fight between religious institutions and genuine spiritual experience and exploration. So Evelyn Underhill was a member of the Golden Dawn and was trained in it. And then after she left, she wrote some books. One of them is this novel. And most famously, she wrote Practical Mysticism, followed by Mysticism, the great work of hers, the opus that was for a long time, even until recently, used in course curriculums at Simon Fraser University here, where I live in Vancouver. And so her book has stood the test of time. Moreover, she is almost single-handedly responsible for resuscitating and reviving Anglican spirituality. But of course, she did this as a Golden Dawn initiate, returning her focus to her Christian roots. And as you know, in the Golden Dawn, they encourage you to keep your religion and let it guide and regulate your life. Unlike other traditions such as the Lima that sort of become your religion, Golden Dawn takes more a Masonic approach, in which it's like it's not telling you what any true religion is. It just hopes that you have one and have some sense of who God is or what God is and what that means to you. And that was what's really important there. Yes, where will the archaeologists and translators go? I don't know. I something like Ghostbusters. Maybe. So it's an interesting novel. It's an interesting novel. And can I not scroll? Oh, I have to scroll on the other screen. So I'll just give you a quick another little bit more of the intro taste before we dive into practical mysticism, because this text brings up diagnoses some of the problems that she sees. And then in practical mysticism, we see what her actual view is on how to ameliorate those issues. This something then was alive and utterly alone, with a loneliness that is only possible to the disinterested and discarnate. She's talking about the nature of spirits, and she's talking about them as someone who went through the Golden Dawn and is incredibly, and then became one of the greatest mystical teachers in Christianity during the 20th century. She's popular far outside of the Church of England and the Anglican sphere. She's popular across the spectrum, even into New Age communities. No shock for us there why she'd be popular in alternative spiritual communities, given her awareness and breadth of knowledge and depth of spiritual issues, extending into the occult and the magical. There was nothing for it to do, since it could neither create, combine, nor destroy. It could think, but possessed no medium of self-expression, no apparatus by which it could be linked up with their other lives. For it did not love, and being immaterial lacked the senses, those oblique and clumsy substitutes for love, by which men reach out toward each other's souls. It came storming through eternity and through the crystalline spaces of that which was spaceless, and down the immeasurable periods of that which transcends time. It was isolated, energetic, and desirous of adventure, hungry and restless and alert, a very vagrant of the invisible, avid of all knowledge, it perceived with a certain enjoyment the general movement and direction of things, the mighty figures of that dance of angels at which philosophy has tried to peep. But in the midst of the great pageant, which the uncreated has dreamed for his own delight, it suffered a crescent and incessant irritation because of its own lack of understanding. The figures of the dance might be comprehensible, but the steps defied analysis. This uninstructed and therefore skeptical observer was angrily aware of certain complicated knots, turbulent manifestations of being, which rudely disturbed the symmetry of the whole. These he could not explain to himself, for they were ugly, disorderly, irrelevant. Because they were inexplicable, because he held them to be infringements of the plan. They attracted whilst they disgusted him. He wondered and watched, forgot himself in his occupation, a dangerous business for egotists of every grade. See the language there? Hence there was born a moment in which he saw the many worlds and planes of being, which from the standpoint of eternity are perceived under an aspect of great and serene simplicity, interpenetrating one another, and the world of matter, turbulent and many-tinted, crossing them all. Deep in this world of matter, he identified that lawless and inconsistent element which had disturbed his first placid classification of things. It was the faint, distressful cry of life, which came in a wailing cadence from that writhing, tossing corner of the dream and broke the profound silence of reality. I'd like to see AI try and write that. Within this disagreeable and meaningless maze of noise, chaos, corruption, he presently perceived the earth as peculiarly hideous and unresting tangle, an irreducible blot upon the perfect process of evolving will whose shadow is the universe. He saw it teeming with horrible little organisms which devoured one another in their ceaseless effort to preserve a visible and independent life, but in spite of all their care and cruelty broke down after a few moments of meaningless activity and were dissolved into the dust from which they came. The sight was at once fascinating and revolting. He wondered incessantly and with a growing irritation why being should manifest itself like that. Hence the image of the earth expanded until it filled his horizon in a fashion that he knew to be absurd. His consciousness was concentrated upon it, and the great and free vision slipped away from him, as happens to us when we turn from the largeness of landscape to contemplate the inexplicable civilization of the hive. Thus, this stupendous victim of petty curiosity, growthless, sexless, eternal, brooded over that absurd paradox of creation, a temporal world founded upon the considerations supported by the illusions of matter, growth, and sex. He heard the thud and surge of life which echoed through it, and gazing into its heart, saw the countless souls that clustered upon its surface, each locked inexorably within the transparent walls of the flesh. These he could understand, for they too were spirits, sexless and solitary things, being as yet impervious to the false suggestions of appearance. He was peculiarly susceptible to the currents which swayed them, circulating in and about the visible world, the subtle movements of expansion and contraction, the loves and hates of the entangled souls. He felt the curious withdrawal like the ebbing of a strong tide with which many drew back from life, refused it as if dreading the impact of their waves of being against its shattered cliffs. He felt the deadening stagnation of those others unconscious of life who drifted through it inert. Here and there he felt the pull of a vortex of power amongst these negative forces, the eager vitality of those true lovers of life who accepted it, rejoiced in it, making a whirlpool of the spiritual sea. Crossing all these, there was still another influence, by which he was bewildered and abashed, out of the turmoil dragged or distilled from it, as it seemed to be, by the very conflict of the idea with the horrible enigma of material things. There was poured forth a strange ecstasy of vivid and penetrating love, which pierced its way to the very heart of that divine reality, whose calm, as he had ignorantly thought, was disturbed by the fretfulness of the worlds which lay upon its breast. This love passed easily by the status of those spiritual orders to which he belonged and merged itself in that end of being for which all creation hungers eternally. That such splendor and such fragrance should come from this loathsome and complicated dance of beauty and ugliness, growth and decay, was an exasperating paradox, an indication of essential lawlessness, which he watched with disapproval, yet with a growing fascination. He could not understand it, could not leave it alone. It excited him as life excites the virgin, who watches it with amazement and distrust. But presently the nemesis of the specialist overtook him. The transparent cell walls thickened beneath his curious gaze and hid the dwellers within. The illusion of solidity surged mist-like across the landscape, dimming his sight. He had drawn too near and could no longer see the life in its depths. That life was surely there, and the adorable idea behind it. But looking sedulously at the disconcerting appearance, its ineptitude, its cruelty, its unrest, he lost that consciousness of the idea, which is the prerogative of the spiritual life. He was caught in the chains of his own inquisitiveness, and weighted by those chains, sank from plane to plane of perception, ever narrowing the field of vision as he fell. The desire to know that mortal enemy of the power to be had forced him to accept the illusions he despised. He was slowly and inevitably pressed into their deeps, concentrated in spite of himself on one point in the turmoil, whereas it seemed a tiny and individual fight was going on. There was a little furry thing that lived, and an agonized spirit which looked out at him through two green windows, solitary in the midst of all the other life and greatly frightened. Something in the furry bag which held the spirit hurt dreadfully. He wondered what it could be, and why the prisoner within should mind so much, whilst he was still absorbed in his own curiosity and the strangeness of this experience. There was a struggle and a tremor that passed over the bag of fur, and then a faint little cry. The light left the green windows, a small matter in itself, but bringing to this immortal watcher the appalling knowledge of things that could come to an end. "What a loathsome dream I am looking at," he said, and very naturally he determined forthwith to cease this foolish looking at a nasty and unprofitable world. He turned towards the great spaces, the empty and majestic real, but the real had withdrawn beyond his range. Then horror fell upon him, and with it an utter helplessness, for he perceived that he could not leave off looking at the dream, because he was no longer looking. He was there. A cry came from him, a very bitter cry of wrath and fear. "Ah, what has happened? I am caught. I cannot get away." He had seen death, and suddenly felt on him the weight of the strange and dreadful fetters of mortality. If that doesn't whet your appetite, I don't know what will. But now we will turn to practical mysticism. And let's get a sense of what Evelyn Underhill was trying to counterbalance with the publication of such a book. So, one second. I'll take a quick look at the comments. It's like finding Nessie, yeah. Skeptical Observer, page 3. The split YouTube, I'm not sure what you're saying, Parlous. The split YouTube screen commercial blocks the audio. I'm not sure what your point is, but modern society. Well, it's interesting, the characterization of that immortal spirit there very much reflects many of the issues that we would not be surprised to see in a modern human life. And I think that very much is her point, is that that spirits to some extent are drawn in by the same curiosity without love that co-ops many human beings. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, the 2 green windows, that's what do you think that is? All right. Gone through the questions. Super chat, like and subscribe, become a channel member, support my work. I appreciate it very much. So practical mysticism is about mystical practice, obviously, or praxis. Praxis is just practice, but reinformed by the theory that results from practice. That's what praxis means. So anyone who thinks it's just a fancy version of the word practice is wrong. It refers to a theory of practice. So Underhill defines mysticism as the art of union with reality. It's not merely just visions and feelings or phenomena that we get from rituals or mystical visions, or just religious enthusiasm. For her, the mystic either attains or consciously aims at attaining with this union. In theology, mysticism means direct experience of God. That's what the mystic is, the direct experience of God. A lot of people like to try and make the definition more narrow, but when you do that, it really becomes useless because it's just your own personal definition, and therefore when you use that word, it'll lead to miscommunications with other people who are using it in its proper technical sense and its more broad sense, so that it's useful. The first enemy, she says, is not really the physical world, but our ordinary world of labels, where we mistake concepts and habits and self-interest for reality itself. So the whole illusion of our lives, you could say. She begins with the subtitle of the original book. The subtitle has been removed in later editions, but it was written as a book for ordinary people. And this really does, again, show why she left the occult practices and magical world of the Golden Dawn for the Anglo-Catholic mysticism that she became sort of one of the main leaders of, certainly the biggest influence in historically. So she insists that practical mysticism is available to everyone because ordinary contemplation is a natural human activity. It is the training of our latent faculties, attention, desire, perception, and will. Without it, she says, we are not wholly conscious and we're not wholly alive. That's a direct quote from the book. She then lays out a 5-fold scheme. It's a very short book as well. You can read it in a night. That doesn't mean the lessons and the wisdom in it that will be fully grokked in a night, but the 5-fold scheme she lays out is recollection, purgation, contemplation of the world of becoming, contemplation of the world of being, and then union with reality. Now, recollection is simply the disciplining and simplifying of attention, escaping the monkey mind, escaping the frets and concerns. She talks about, the first 15 minutes of meditation is often a battle. And I'm sure a lot of you who have meditated know what she means by that. And so that's the first part, is this recollection. Then the purgation, disciplining the affections and will, getting rid of the concerns of the world so that when you go back into the world each day after your mystical and prayerful contemplations and meditations, you're coming as sort of a reset being, right? Rather than just constantly living in the world of action, of impulse, of impetus, influence and reaction. You're taking time to step out of that profane, mundane realm and into a sacred space. And it's that stepping into the sacred space, but also maybe more importantly, what we do in that sacred space that helps reset us. I'm sure that's why a lot of you do rituals like the lesser ritual, the pentagram, or basic meditation practices or advanced practices. The third stage is the contemplation of the world of becoming, where we look at direct communication with living nature. And right there, you can see she's got that's theologically loaded language, even for an Anglo-Catholic at that time in the 20th century. So, but she puts a high priority on nature being alive, which Antoine Fevre, who pioneered academic study of esotericism, that's one of his key features that he identifies as defining things that are esoteric, is this belief in a living nature and the aliveness of creation, the flux of creation. The fourth step is the contemplation of world of being, of the world of being, and this is inward silence, the night of sense. So she knows the language of St. John of the Cross, and the night of sense is the first night in the dark night of the soul. The dark night of the soul is the title of the book. The two dark nights discussed in it are first the dark night of the senses, and second the dark night of the spirit. And my whole presentation in Austin for the Arcane Research Society the other week was on that topic, leading into another subtopic. So the night of sense, where we experience the loss even sometimes of the sensual rewards and worldly pleasures that we get from our spiritual journey, that God removes these things from us so that we can be tested and purified. And so she's thinking of these things in terms of St. John of the Cross as well. But at my presentation, I showed how they illuminate different aspects of the hermetic and magical journey that many of us take in today's esoteric land. The fifth stage is union with divine reality. So after the night of the sense and the stillness and the apprehension of eternity, grasping that sense of oneness beyond senses, we have union with divine reality, the deeper passive or infused stage that she says is where, quote, God's action takes the place of man's activity. And this is very much along Hermetic lines, you can see. This is very much what you see happening in the Hermetica. And she is absolutely, this is one of the reasons I was doing my PhD on this, smuggling in some ideas from the way of Hermes, from what she learned in the Golden Dawn, into mainstream Anglican Christian spirituality. And if that doesn't make you giddy, I don't know what else will. I mean, much of modern Christian post-20th century spirituality, post-19th century spirituality is defined by Christian mystics who went a bit further into the esoteric and the occult than most people would like to realize. So what we're mainly going to be understanding here today is that Evelyn Underhill's mysticism is not the same as the hyper-passive aesthetic and sort of aesthetically dreamy form that we see through a lot of Christian history. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And certainly the period leading up to what she was dealing with. Because again, she's coming after the era where Nietzsche declared God dead. This is after the era where Christians and faithful and mystical and spiritual people were rejecting the social forms of religion, right? The Mr. Collinses from Pride and Prejudice, who are really not there to nourish their flock spiritually, but are simply fulfilling a social role to climb the ladder of society and security for himself, his social recognition in his own family. People were pushing back against that, and that's where you get the fundamentalist movement actually come out of. Fundamentalism isn't actually just a term that's blanket used for radicals or extremists. Fundamentalism was an actual distinct movement that came out of, I believe, England, in pushback to this socialized, gutted Christian spirituality. Thank you, Brad. I'm glad you love the channel, and yeah, thanks for being here. It's good to do this with you guys. All right, moving on. Oh, it's a good crowd today. So she's not a mushy mystic. She's a hard mystic. And she believed that this spiritual warfare, which of course we call ascesis or ascesis, depending on whether you're using a Greek pronunciation or an English pronunciation of the Greek word, which often today is really weirdly interpreted as meaning like a mundane spiritual warfare for converts or power in the physical world. But ascesis, I like ascesis, but ascesis, spiritual warfare, wasn't about who has the most churches or synagogues or mosques or temples. It's about the battle for your soul, for whether you're taking the Hermetic view of, uniting it with your holy daimon and becoming like the gods, or if you take it in the Christian sense of following the way of Jesus of Nazareth. It's that battle for salvation, unification. Enlightenment's not, I think, a very helpful word in the Western context, but we can sort of use it a little bit. So she starts with attention. Again, a very magical place to begin, very mystical place to begin, attention, and starts with saying that this requires simplification in order to become contemplation. And again, you can see where she's getting, if you know the Golden Dawn curriculum, where she's getting some of this stuff. And then from there, it ends in action. Now, a lot of mystical writers don't take that step beyond contemplation into action. And that's, again, where I think she's showing some of her more esoteric influence, whether she's even aware of it or not. Of course, she had mentors outside the Golden Dawn. Von Riesbrook in particular, if you're familiar with him. Baron, I think he was a Baron von Riesbrook. Yeah, it's been a long time since I did my doctoral research and all. And as you know, I had a home invasion that cost me my library and everything I own. So all all my files, my filing cabinet, long gone. Started life over, had a complete reset, factory reset on life. Boy, sometimes God really just says, I'm going to kick your ass. Hope you don't mind. Let's see how you reforge yourself in that fire. The mystic returns to the world after this point, she says, as an active and impassioned servant of eternal wisdom, not as a fog machine saint playing dress up with a collar and a fancy hat. And that is so Rosicrucian of her. I mean, I know this is, I love that I can talk about her for the first time in 15, 20 years without having my academic hat on. I can just sort of speak emically of what I feel and see in the text, and I don't have to prove it with footnotes, because none of you want that. That's what books are for. Her definition of mysticism, again, mysticism is the art of union with reality. It's not escapism. She says on, if you're following along in the text on page 4 of the text I posted, because I posted an old copy. You can get a new copy, but we've got the old ones to follow along with. Oh, someone says got a nice quote there. Hello, Mobius. Hey, Jacobus, thank you very much for gifting the memberships. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've slipped below 100 members, but we still got a lot of members on the channel, and I really appreciate it. If we get enough, we can add another emoji. Shoot up your favorite emoji. Post your favorite emoji right now. I have all these cool emojis for channel members. Post your favorite one. Someone says, Null who says, Meister Eckhart, Evelyn, Teresa Village on the Cross. Yeah, too many greats to read. And we're not even talking about the modern ones. Thomas Keating, Thomas Mann, Thomas More. I know these might sound like these are old names. These are modern guys. These are the guys that were publishing and writing and teaching when I was in seminary and during that phase of my life working for the Anglican Church. And I was really ecstatic with them. I had classes with Richard Rohr. Shout out to Mr. Enneagram himself, the Franciscan father, Richard Rohr. Wonderful teacher. Oh God, and I could list more and more. Thomas Merton and all his acolytes, who some of them wrote books that I like even more than Merton's writing. So yeah, you like the horse meme, eh? Okay, that's cool. Where were we? We're gonna have so much fun today. So it's not escapism. For Evelyn Underhill, mysticism is not escapism. The spiritual life, she says, is not a special career involving abstraction from the world of things. It is part of every man's life. It's a book written for the ordinary person, right? So again, she might give slightly different advice to someone who is a monastic and has withdrawn from the world. But I think she would say that even those people are active in the world, just in a different way than us those of us who aren't monastics. She also says practical mysticism on the same page, should increase one's power to live. She says it is therefore the function of a practical mysticism to increase, not diminish, the total efficiency, the wisdom and steadfastness of those who try to practice it. And this is very much along the lines of a foil to what she's talking about in the column of dust in the novel, of the problems she saw in the occult communities that she was in. She definitely would have encountered, as you all know, in magical order, people of a very diverse spectrum of life, especially when you're in a group that allows people of any religion in, and there's a mixture of, bohemian actors, Christian clergymen, and aristocrats, novelists, and people like Aleister Crowley and Dion Fortune floating around, right? The super magicians of those groups, the ones who go all the way, whatever way that is. And so she was in that world and would have encountered a very diverse array of people who took their spirituality in different directions or who embodied it in different ways. So what we see in Column of Dust is this being, the Watcher. We see this discarnate being who loved nothing and therefore had freedom but no wisdom. And Underhill makes the anti-mystical principle very clear. Those who do not love can never understand. And I think that that is something that she saw and is addressing as a foil to people in the Golden Dawn, or just in life in general, that she came across as an esotericist who were very curious and wanted to do magic and summon spirits and study the occult and understand the secret occult forces of reality, but weren't approaching it with any genuine modus of love or religious compassion for the world. And that's the error of the person, of course. That's not the error of the Golden Dawn system, which in the neophyte initiation, it says the higher genius holds the miter-headed scepter as the hegemon to represent religion, to guide and regulate your life. So whether you're part of a mainstream religion or doing your own little thing, your religious sensibility needs to have some structure to guide and regulate your life. Otherwise, you become a sort of a tourist, an astral junkie, some people like to say, though I think that term could be misunderstood. So this is the perfect counterpoint, really, to her practical mysticism, where she sees knowing reality requiring loving union and not detached speculation and surveillance. Right? In the novel, she says later on, those who do not love can never understand. So yeah, this is sort of I guess, the astral tourism problem, that the Watcher, the spirit that we begin. It's so cool that we begin from the perspective of a spirit in that novel. I mean, that's a novel I'd love to do a book club on. And I am launching my book club, which will have a monthly meeting. We're going to do the Hermetic Spirituality. We're going to read those things all together and discuss them at a monthly thing. I'll make a post about that after this stream. Sorry, I haven't done it yet. That's just a lot going on. I'm editing the footage and the lectures from the conference. And so that's taking a lot of my time just to get it out and done. So it's done. And editing 2 4K video streams together is a lot more work than just posting a Zoom recording. So let's talk about that, or consider that, the astral tourism problem. The Watcher has this, metaphysical, all-seeing X-ray kind of vision, but no sense of charity, no connection or compassion. I think that's something we can all take to heart when we're working with spirits, and try and remember that they're just not, as much as we like to call them all spirits, or including angels, gods, demons, whatever. There's subcategories. They themselves can be quite unique, and I think it's dangerous to take any spirit and apply to it a preconceived set of sensibilities that it may not have, including angels and archangels and these sort of great cosmic forces. So this being can observe the planes of reality, the planes of being, but doesn't know how to interpret them. And that makes a lot of sense if you've worked with spirits, right? It's like, wait, why can they not explain this to me? Maybe they don't understand it any more than we understand our reality. Like if someone tells you, if you ask someone what's in an atom, and then they tell you some answer, and you're like, well, what's beyond that? I was like, well, that's why we built this CERN thing, to spin around and clash things into each other and create a portal to another dimension. I don't know. I love the conspiracies around that the CERN, of course. I'm sure you do too. So he observes them but can't interpret them. And that's where she's indicting essentially clairvoyance or spiritual pursuit when it becomes corrupted and becomes some sort of like cosmic voyeurism. So the watcher falls because he looks too closely at mortality, suffering, flesh, sex, decay, and death. And Underhill says that he is chained by inquisitiveness. And then she says, quote, the desire to know, that mortal enemy of the power to be. So she sets up this dichotomy of being versus knowing, which is interesting because, again, gnosis is a very important aspect or thing in the Hermetica process, state. It's kind of a state, you could say. So when she says inquisitiveness and the desire to know, what's she mean? I think what she means is information. And we see that because this is where I think she's a little prescient. We see today so much the confusion of knowledge with information. People thinking that because they have information that equates to knowledge. And look around. Look around. We have infinite information at our fingertips, and yet how many of us transform that information into embodied knowing, into practical know-how. I can look up the maintenance instructions for any sort of vehicle, but that doesn't mean I actually understand them or can do work on them. You can learn, but it's that learning process, that challenge, that struggle with failure and test and trial that transforms information into embodied knowing. You make mistakes. We have to make mistakes, and that's where knowing comes from, is from error, in a sense. The desire to know, that mortal enemy of the power to be. So this is the bridge really between practical mysticism and this novel. She defines it as the art of union with reality, right? So it's not about knowing about reality in a scientific sense or having data points about reality that allows us to become closer to it. You have to have caritas, charity, love. On the Tree of Life, we would look at this as chesed, right? Again, that sphere that from which we leap across the abyss of knowledge into understanding in Bina. It's actually really well thought about. I think that's good. I had a good thought there, didn't I? That's good. That's not bad. Okay. So if you look at this in terms of a critique of the Golden Dawn, I think that it's not that the Golden Dawn issue for her is ritual itself. I think it's the danger of replacing being by knowing, or even being by wanting to know. And I encountered this a lot in my early days coming back into the occult world, and for the first time in an intentionally public way, which in the past I was never intentionally public. In the late 90s and early 2000s, I kept being discussed publicly because of what I was doing in my private life and teaching so many people in the order I was in. But I didn't play a role in the public scene. I was just someone that people talked about, and that was not so much fun. So, may as well step onto the public stage and have your own say, and speak for yourself if people are going to talk about you anyway, right? So the watcher, this spirit, wants gnosis without incarnation, but then he gets trapped in incarnation. Sort of like us. Could that be us? Have to find out. Yeah, before we move on anymore, this is so much fun. I had such a fun time putting all of this together. I thought, let's do something different. I love my little verses videos, and it's nice to watch stuff with you guys so I don't have to talk the whole time. But yeah, that's where your support comes in. I appreciate it. In the world, not of it. Yeah, interesting, right? Good thought, Satori. Yeah. Right. At the end of The Magician, Tomberg seems to imply the occult charlatans are marked by lack of love. Yes. Even if they have perception of correspondences. So that's such a great observation. No, yes, 100%. Absolutely. Brad says, for me personally, religious devotion to the divine is the secret sauce that makes the praxis pop. I love that. What a fun way to say that. Yeah, otherwise it's empty ritual and lip service. Yeah, so early in my days in the public scene, 2017, 2018, when I just did that first interview with Edward during the cascade of cataclysms that define that brief period in my life. When I first started doing the podcasting and doing lectures around Europe in 2019 and 2018, like at Berlin Culture Conference, the thing that people wanted most was just to have, like, they just wanted information. If I showed a page of my diaries or anything, and even with people I worked with in person, that's what they wanted. They wanted, like, data, like that somehow the data would give them some sort of secret code that they could unlock the universe. And it made me feel very gross. It made me feel like I was objectified. They didn't care a shit about the context, the journey, what the person in that ritual might have been going through. They just were like, yeah, what facts can I extract from your experience? Like, ugh. Yeah, that is the mentality that leads you into this trap of what Tomberg would call charlatanism, which Evelyn Underhill, I think, approaches in a more mystical and interesting way. Null, who says, I completely agree. I've met some people online steeped in occult philosophy but lack a sense of reverence for the divine or outright deny spirituality. Yeah, it's a huge, huge problem, and it's only going to get bigger. So we need those of us who want to do the work to help take people beyond that. Yeah, it doesn't make you as frustrated as them with them as much as it is disappointing. Yeah, it is a sad thing. It's a sad thing. But hopefully they find their way eventually in this lifetime or the next. It's God come from the heart and soul. The Egyptians thought our brain came from our heart. It's so interesting. Yeah, knowledge without wisdom leads to folly, and knowledge that doesn't lead to wisdom is useless. Absolutely useless. Okay. Well, we've been going almost an hour. I'm gonna get through another couple more points and then give myself a few minute break. And you know what that means. John D. Ooh, Dr. D. Won't you say a little prayer for me? So there's a ritual done in this, and she paints it in a very hilarious, funny, gothic, extremely occult manner. It's in chapter 2. It's a occult theater. It's a bookshop after hours. There's a circle on the floor. There's candles. There's incense. There's a mirror. The grand grimoire makes an appearance. Pentagram, tetragrammaton, caduceus, Elipha Levi, wand, and an operator who half believes and half cringes. The scene begins with a delicious line that commerce was cast out, and 7 other devils took her place. So she even characterizes the tools as being drawn on cardboard, which a lot of the early Golden Dawn tools were created with cut out bits of paper because they couldn't necessarily get the paint or crayons as easily that were as either affordable or as accessible. They would cut out colored cardboard a lot and glue them together to create a lot of their tools or symbols or pentagrams, or caduceus would be traced on something and then put on a stick. So she's characterizing not really a grand temple of the mysteries. And again, that makes sense if you know the Golden Dawn. Like, often temples are put together using the best tools people have. And Underhill sort of pops the bubble of expectations as we read the novel, expecting this really magnificent. And some of the Golden Dawn temples were really magnificent. If you look at the Horus Temple alone, the images from their building was absolutely gorgeous. And very similar to what you saw when I was in the Amorc Temple here in the early 90s. So she has talismans on cardboard with a string, probably a reference to the ring and disc practices that were done in the early Golden Dawn. And the wand, of course, is a forked hazel twig with steel thimbles. Now that's a grimoire tool, like the forked wand. I have my forked piece of wood that I recently got, and I have to carve it up and make it look nice. She tries to make it seem ridiculous, but also sort of dangerous. And she characterizes magic as exaltation, not spirit control, which is another interesting insight into maybe what she thought about the Golden Dawn. It's certainly one of the most Golden Dawn relevant viewpoints in the novel. So she says the student of magic really compels himself to exaltation while he purports to be compelling the spirits of the air. She's treating ceremonial magic psychologically and spiritually at the same time. The names do something, but the immediate effect is on the operator, the voice, our will, our imagination, whether we're fatigued or not, whether we are in an altered state or get drawn into an altered state. And this is where we can compare it to her advice in Practical Mysticism, which again is kind of the grimoire she wrote out of her Golden Dawn experience. She's like, okay, I've done this whole magical theater kid thing. What do I think people should be given as advice to live their lives? And she put this little book together. And in Practical Mysticism, recollection is the subjugation of the attention to the control of the will. That's a line to think about. The subjection, she says. Why am I reading subjugation? Subjection of the attention to the control of the will, which is very at odds with a lot of historical Christian mystical praxes. So this is a very magical, very Golden Dawn insertion that she is bringing to Christian mysticism, in my opinion. And again, I don't have to prove it because this isn't my dissertation. It's just what I think. And you can have your own thoughts. I hope you read both of these books because the novel's fun and Practical Mysticism is a tiny, tiny book. The magical rite is, she sees as sort of an aspect of recollection, like recollection, like self-recollection, but you're externalizing it. And without the purification of love, it becomes, dangerous and volatile. If you don't approach this, she thought, magic from a place of love and devotion, that's where it goes bad. And I don't know exactly what experiences she might have had in the Golden Dawn, but we all know that in the occult world, you can come across some really dangerous people and some total crazies. We try to filter them out by sometimes being a bit more boring than we need to, if you know what I mean, and making certain challenges like, oh yeah, welcome to the magical order, memorize Hebrew. That's going to get rid of 90% of your tourists right there. 90% of them are gone. Now, her initiation formula in the novel is very GD flavored as well. She even quotes a line that sounds like it's from one of our initiations, but she changes two key things. So she says, guard well that secret knowledge. That's from a Golden Dawn initiation, the great arcanum, the proper equilibrium of mercy and severity. But she doesn't say that. She goes, guard well that secret knowledge, remembering the 4 oaths of thy initiation. I love that she brings this into her novel, to dare, to will, to learn, and to conceal. But yeah, you'll notice right off the bat, she's changed 2 of those words. She's changed to know into to learn, and from to keep silent to conceal. And that's very different in its meaning. You could say really that this idea of to learn is that problem of seeking after data, of information, more information, more information. It's this ahrimanic gobbling of data up that, we obviously have no understanding of today. Clearly, that's not a topic we're concerned about. And then she changes to keep silent to conceal. Now, to conceal Kabbalistically, as I again talked about at my Arcane Research Society presentation in Austin the other week, the concealment is the negative side of the clifoth of understanding. The concealers, satariel, is the clifoth of concealment. And I talked about what St. John of the Cross would have to say about that, as well as his counterpart, which I believe is Tantifaksat, the path demon. So in Underhill's version, learn and conceal replaces know and keep silent, because it turns the magician into a student and secret keeper, but not necessarily um, a knower, someone filled with gnosis, and someone filled with the love that leads to divine silence, which is something talked about by Christian mystics, and I'm sure other mystics as well. There's a fun line in the initiation part of the book. Again, this would be in the novel on page 15 of the PDF. I think I posted in the description or in the chat. If I didn't, let me know. She says the right singing of the adepts, and it's just a reference to the vibration that the Golden Dawn technique pioneered. Yeah. And also the culmination then is the words of power. And she says, then the little column of dust rises, and the trapped watcher in it cries, "I'm caught, I cannot get away." And one of the characters there is not happy about this, but horrified. My God, what is it? What have I done? And this is where Evelyn Underhill makes her main point. The occultist wants proof, but Underhill asks us the best question: what if you get it? The answer, the result is not enlightenment, it's consequence. And this brings us back to her advice in Practical Mysticism. Yeah, okay, so, which we'll get back to in a second. Let me post the PDF. I think I can just grab it. Obviously, I just grabbed an old copy from archive.org. I think I can just drag the PDF into the chat, though. Thanks for your patience here. I'm still honing my chops on this streaming thing, getting the pace and the tempo and all that. No, I can't drag it in there. I shared the links yesterday, and then I discovered that they had vanished, and I was like, oh, I think I put them in the... Stick with me, guys. I will repost the links to those texts. I mean, yeah, there's one. Okay. Oh, it didn't let me post it. Okay. I'll do it in the put it in the video description. You just have to give me a sec. Yeah, I put it in the chat stream the other day, but unfortunately, it turns out that doing that is temporary, and the chat stream doesn't actually erases before your video goes live. I thought you could just put things in the chat and have them stay active. Your video go. Oh, I need multiple. That's what I need. Now I understand why people have multiple monitors. It's hard to do all of this on one monitor. Okay, so that's why people like Jason have these crazy rigs set up with all these screens. It's just important. Boom. No, there you go. Practical Mysticism is there, and column of dust. Okay, they are there now. They're in the video descriptions. You can just download them or read them on your screen. Boom. All right. Okay. Take a look under the video description and have a listen to me sing a song about our upcoming November event in Austin, Texas. The third annual Dee and Kelly conference with a plethora of people and presenters. It's going to be like nothing else, and everyone's going to have an amazing time. Check it out. Yeah, my friend, the great Jesse Waldman on slide guitar. Go check out Jesse Waldman. His music is amazing. He's been working with me since 2005, and it's so great to get back in the studio. We're going back in for the final version of this track to record upright bass. Either my friend Brandy Bones or from the Big John Bates band, or my friend Michael Wagler will do he's a jazz bassist, but he does everything, who I know from seminary days. One of those two will throw down some upright bass. I know a lot of upright bassists in town, but they're my two favorite ones. Different styles, very different styles. It's so cool to think that depending on which one of those lays down the upright bass for this track, it'll be completely different. And we will release this track. And you might be wondering, oh, are you going to do a theme song every year? Is there going to be a different theme song for next year's EnokiaCon? Yes, there will be. And don't worry, it was written already last year. It's been in rehearsal and pre-production for ages, fine-tuning it because it's got a ton of verses. It's more written in an Elizabethan ballad style, and it'll have a host of instruments on it. And both those tracks, and it won't be released till 2027, but both those tracks will have been recorded before this upcoming EnokiaCon and will be available on a small, limited 7-inch vinyl. So if you want to hear the song for next year before it's even public at EnokiaCon this year, you can buy a limited edition vinyl that it will be pressed on with the final version of this song, Delta D Blues, which will have another verse or two added to it with some Enochian and other vocal layers to modify it and make it even bigger. Yeah, so it's gonna be fun. Just fun little creative stuff, because what's the point in doing these events if they're all just absent of any form of art and creativity? I mean, we want the art and creativity. Now, back to Evelyn Underhill and practical mysticism. She talks about how the true materialist is occult hungry. It's a fantastic line in Practical Mysticism. She says, oh no, this is sorry, no, this is back from the model. Sorry. This is back in the novel. We're back in the novel. That's right. We're going to bounce back and forth, comparing and contrasting, just like in first year college. The true materialist, she says, is occult hungry. She believed nothing and was therefore the more ready to believe anything. And that's a reference to the G.K. Chesterton quote, famously, having all the transcendental curiosity of the true materialist. It's an interesting thing. And you see this with modern occultists. Many are materialists and don't concern themselves or think there is any afterlife for us, and that we just simply have access to these magical technologies and spiritual worlds while we're incarnate, and after this it's just the dust. There's a lot of magicians that have that materialist view, and there's magicians that have different versions of that materialist view. I'm sort of a deep pantheist, you could say, which is very close to being like a deep materialist, but looks at the matter in the quantum perspective, that everything is matter, including consciousness, in a sense. These ideas get very hard to sometimes distinguish from each other unless you start embedding a lot of technical terminology and extremely pedantic nuance. And I think all of that has limited usefulness for us. So this spirit, the watcher, is imprisoned by the ceremony accidentally, without the occultist doing it, wanting it. And they are then faced with not enlightenment, but the consequences of discovering the real reality of spiritual entities and creatures. And this points to the skeptic versus believer framing. Underhill wants to make a single point, and it's a subtle point, that materialism can create a vacuum that occult novelty fills, or that occult novelty, eagerly fills, you could say. It's sort of the true opposite for her of what mysticism is. The opposite of mysticism is not disbelief. It's curiosity without love and without surrender, without care. It makes you consider perhaps why so many people are rushing these days to sacrifice care, to cremate care. The cremation of care is a very popular ritual in modern and 20th century times, isn't it? Even going back further than that. The sacrifice of care, the cremation of care. It's actually in the song for next year, the theme song. It's the final line of that ballad. Cremation of care. I'm not sure if I should say sacrifice or cremation. I think said sacrifice, but I'm still, that's undetermined. We'll have to decide at some point while we're in studio recording it. So the astral plane she frames sort of as a zoo, and I think that's fair. A lot of us see it that way. The character Constance thinks of the spirit world of the old, and the astral plane of the spirit world is the old thing, and the astral plane is of the new occultist, and as cages into which the curious might look. And this is the critique of occult spectatorship, which is a phrase I think we should adopt into our modern lingo. Occult spectatorship. That's a big thing. Again, people, nothing wrong with wanting to be in part of the aesthetics and find your own spiritual path defined by crystals and incense and robes and regalia and mystical arcane things. I love that. We all love that stuff here, right? Make your life as beautiful and spiritual and full of joy as you can, of course. But there's a certain mentality that's similar to that outward aestheticism, which is like this mentality of aestheticism, where all you're looking for is the data, information, without any real passion or conviction for where this is meant to take you as a human being. What is there meant to be? Alchemy and transformation? Or are you simply just doing experiments for the sake of information knowledge. And for Underhill, the astral plane is just simply not the goal. It's the zoo for metaphysical tourists. And as you might know, in many of our spiritual practices, it is characterized that way. Yesod, Atzilut, or Yetzirah is the formative world. It's not the creative world. We have to go outside of the formative world, outside and beyond the shades and phantoms and images of the zoo. Again, it's a great way, the astral zoo. And we go beyond that to the realms of higher beings and gods and powers and forces that are more celestial than aerial and sublunar. She's roasting drawing room occultism. The salon. She characterizes the salon scenes. Now, I'm a big lover of salons where people get together and talk and share ideas and debate and sip their little absinthe and dress up all nice with their cravats. That's all fun and fine and dandy. But in the novel, this character Muriel talks about subliminal psychology and psychic things with, as Evelyn Underhill characterizes, just enough fashionable vagueness to be dangerous. And again, you can see the parallels in modern times with the AI and the beginners coming along and instantly trying to regulate everyone else, like that frater I had on the podcast, who in the interview was like, I'm brand new to tarot, so I started reading professionally and I want to create a regulatory agency so I can regulate what other people are allowed to do and practice and say. Like that was his big thing. And then he accused me of doxing him because I let him on the podcast. Crazy, absolutely mentally deranged. And that's this drawing room newbie, subliminal, just enough fashionable vagueness to be dangerous. Constance, the character, says, I don't believe because I know. It's the people who don't know who have to try and believe. And then there's this whole like social comedy scene where the ladies try to meditate on the Mystic Rose and one says nothing happened and falls asleep, which, you know, happens in real life. If you've ever led a meditation class or taught yoga, how many snores do you get per class? Usually at least one, right? Especially if it's a good class. You're going to be tired during quiet time, during meditation time, at the end of yoga. Depends how many sun salutations you did, of course, but I think even in high school, we fell asleep once in a while during yoga class. And that's okay. It's probably what your body needs for a few minutes. Sometimes 3 to 5 minutes of sleep can feel like 8 hours. So fashionable occultism wants experiences, she says, basically, and real practice changes your life. It's that simple. The character of Constance says, when you've done them, life will never be the same again to you. When you've done the practices. All right, let's dive back now to practical mysticism. Because again, we're seeing the issues that Evelyn Underhill had with the magical world and what her recommendations were to people seeking those sort of similar mystical experiences and transformations in life, and how to avoid the pitfalls of occultism. This is very valuable information for us. And these sessions, the ones where you just talk and read the whole time, those are harder to get through for sure. Evelyn Underhill talks about in Practical Mysticism that, of course, contemplation is belongs to everyone, not just to the monks in their cells or the mystics on their mountaintops, and that it's not escapism. Mysticism is, again, the art of union with reality, and this is something you saw in the Golden Dawn. They didn't want people to escape their lives and become magicians. They wanted the magic to enter into their lives and sanctify it. The spiritual life, she says, is not a special career involving abstraction from the world of things. It is part of every person's life, and it should increase our power to live. She says that it's the function of practical mysticism to increase, not to diminish, the total efficiency, the wisdom, and steadfastness of those who try to practice this. In the New Age world, growing up, I saw this constantly, where the greatest people who I was told were the greatest spiritual teachers, some of them couldn't even make themselves meals and had to have students bring them everything they ate every day because they were too spiritual to buy groceries and cook themselves food. And I'm talking about people who are like in the upper echelons making crazy money in West Vancouver. And I don't know, to me, I just saw like the first place winner at the Astral Junkie Awards. I didn't see some enlightened woman who knew the great secret inner mysteries of the rose of creation. I saw some woman way overcharging for basic meditation practices that Evelyn Underhill could be found in this 1915 little pamphlet that Evelyn Underhill wrote, and redressing them up in Rosicrucian language, and then hawking them to millionaires, while not being able to even feed herself. Right? Practical mysticism shouldn't rip you out of the world and turn you into some sort of spiritual and physical cripple. It should strengthen you and fortify you for the challenges that life is going to give. And we all know what those challenges are today more than ever, perhaps. Maybe not more than ever, but we have it easy, but we have our challenges. Let's be fair. The ordinary world's just full of labels. And Evelyn Underhill says, because mystery is horrible to us, we have agreed for the most part to live in a world of labels. Yes, we have a very hard time with gnosis over information. We want that gnosis to be granularized and labeled and categorized into discrete parts. But doesn't that pull the love out of it? Doesn't that sometimes pull the entire value that it has? The contemplative faculty belongs to everybody, and the path begins with training, not with ecstasy. And that's an issue we see across spirituality, whether it's esoteric or exoteric. We see this desire for people to do one exercise and expect to see an apparition appear, or an angel sparkle in the air, or to be transported out of our bodies and taken to the 8th and the 9th. But Evelyn Underhill, like any truly trained Golden Dawn initiate, knows that it begins with training. And the mystical traditions generally agree with her. She says you're going to do it by an educative process, a drill of which the first stage will indeed be hard enough. It's on page 18. And she says that the control of attention by will, and this is a very magical perspective on this, is the recollection, is in essence no more and no less the subjugation of the attention to the control of the will. That's the groundwork for meditation as the gateway to practice. It's the halfway house, she calls it, between thinking and contemplating. So meditation begins with focus, begins with concentration, but concentration and focus, or just repeating a mantra, isn't actually meditation. Meditation is when you enter into a different state of consciousness, and then you start to explore it, and that's where contemplation actually begins. This is the main practice of people like David Hymesmith and many other great magicians and mystics across time, but they often talk about contemplation without showing you the stepping stones to get to what they mean by that. So, for example, in St. Teresa of Avila's method, she teaches about learning to look. St. Teresa famously says, I require of you no more than to look. Evelyn Underhill, of course, as I mentioned earlier, points out the first beginning of this process is like a battle. It's like a war. The first 15 minutes spent in attempted meditation will be indeed a time of warfare, she says. And that the mystical character is far more important, and its chief ingredients are courage, singleness of heart, and self-control. So that's how you get through that war, that battle of the first 15 minutes. Courage, singleness of heart, self-control, discipline in a nutshell. But the courage aspect, I think the remembering the heart is also some of the wisest advice she gives there, right? So it's not, don't, with discipline and self-control, often we think, oh, I got to do my thing today. I got to not eat this thing today, or I got to do this meditation. I got to write in my diary, or otherwise I'm a failure. Maybe add to that idea of discipline, self-control, the idea of courage and singleness of heart. If you keep why you're doing this in your heart, I think it becomes a lot easier to keep doing it. That might be the antidote to the issue that so many people struggle with, which we all hear all the time, is how do I get the will or the passion to do my daily work or to do any magical work or practice at all? And we often say, as I talked about yesterday, it's hard to, that's one of the things we have a hard time answering, because if you don't have that fire, how do you give someone fire that doesn't have it? Well, this could be a suggestion with love. Find where your love is, right? Same as in life, what we sacrifice for, what we work for, are the things and the people that we love. And when you have that love for God and for the great work, then that can be perhaps what helps carry you through and find that discipline that you need to follow and fulfill your path. And then the courage, of course, it's courage. Recollection without the heart is just a technique. And so again, you can tell she did encounter a lot of occultists who were just obsessed with practice, technique, and formula, but not so much living the spiritual virtue and passion that their religion ideally would enthuse within them. She says, this recollection itself, so long as it remains merely a matter of attention, does not involve the heart. It's no better, in fact, than a psychic trick. So the heart is where recollection exists. And what's the great obstacle to that? You guessed it, egotism. Not the ego, egotism. She says only the detached and purified heart can view all things in true proportion. So this is about the development, or what we call the initiatory journey, the journey of transformation. And it takes time for our hearts to get there often. And sometimes then they fall back a bit and we have to reassess where our heart's at. It's always good to reassess where your heart's at. And prayer and meditation are great tools for that. But so is just service to others, dialogue with others, being open to others. I find those things also really keep me more ideologically free than I would otherwise be if I didn't approach other people who have different life experiences and different beliefs with an open heart. You don't have to necessarily agree with them, but try and be open to the fact that you're facing another form of God. You're facing yourself in a way. And so to just judge them and revile them off the bat is you just spitting in God's face. Just a thought. She says regarding egotism that only the detached and purified heart can view all things in true proportion. To me, that sounds like a form of gnosis, the spiritual gnosis, the noetic gnosis. She says contemplation is active, not dreamy. Contemplation, you see, has no very close connection with dreaminess and idle musing. I think that's what a lot of people think contemplation is daydreaming and just thinking about something. That's not what we ever mean. That's not what David Smith means when we talk about contemplation, or what the Greeks called theoria. That's the word for it. Contemplation is love, not analysis. It's an act of love, the wooing, she says, not the critical study of divine reality. So she would say it's not the memorizing of trees of life and names and spirit catalogs, but the heart that you put into it. The practical exercise, look with love. To look with the eyes of love, the whole art of spiritual communion is summed in it. There's a rewritten version of this book I noticed independently published by a doctor of something who rewrote it in modern language. And I wasn't sure if that would be something that interests me, but after preparing all of this for you today and seeing how she phrased it, even if I don't like the new modern language version, some of you might. It's written by a woman. She's a doctor of something, and you can look it up on Amazon. It's less than $20, probably $10 US. And it looked very interesting, and I might actually check it out. maybe because I might even rewrite this book myself for magicians. I don't know. It could be done that way. So now we're going to get into the first form of contemplation, but first let's see if you have any questions or comments. All right, looks like you're all just spellbound. PDFs and video description, yes. Okay, it looks like you're all just enjoying what we're doing. You can say it. I know I can say it, but I like to be, cryptic sometimes. It's fun. Glory be to Satan the Father. Yes, may the adversary win. May that which is against human life conquer us all. Ahriman. All right. Take another minute break.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership. Spring.
Oops. I ended that early, I guess, by accident. Oh, yeah, my finger touched the screen. Well, you know the thing, man. I just needed a little rest of my voice there. Okay. We're going to now remove that. No, I want to remove that. Okay. New to these features. Here we go. We're going to, yes, there we go. The first form of contemplation. Page 45, if you're following along. But it's on screen for you. There you go. The first form of contemplation is you begin with the world at your gates. She says, not, quote, with some ecstatic adventure, but with the loving and patient exploration of the world that lies at your gates. We do see this in the Golden Dawn Meditation 1, where we're just contemplating on the single point, and the meditation ends with an awareness or expanding our minds to contemplate the divine in nature. The manifestation of everything in our universe being suffused with the goodness of God. It's a little dirty too, because it's creation, and that's the point. Let's see. Yeah, so she's talking about the blossoming of the contemplative consciousness. She says, though it be like all else we know in life, an unbroken process of movement and change, it must be broken up and reduced to a series of concrete forms, which we call order, if our inelastic minds are to grasp it. So we will consider it as the successive achievement of those 3 levels of manifestation, or manifestations of reality, which we have of being, and last and highest, that divine reality. I agreed to call the natural world of becoming, the metaphysical world of being, and last and highest, the divine reality. So a tripartite structure is what she's looking at, rather than the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah, for example, which she was familiar with. Within which these opposites are found as one. Though these 3 worlds of experience are so plated together that intimations from the deeper layers of being constantly reach you through the natural scene. It is in this order of realization that you may best think of them, and of your own gradual upgrowth to the full stature of humanity. To elude nature, to refuse her friendship, and to attempt to leap the river of life in the hope of finding God on the other side is the common error of a perverted mysticality. It is as fatal in result as the opposite error of deliberately arrested development, which, being attuned to the wonderful rhythms of natural life, is content with this increase of sensibility and becoming becoming a nature mystic asks no more. So you are to begin with that first form of contemplation, which the old mystics sometimes called the discovery of God in his creatures. Yeah, you don't mind the masculine language there. We all know God's beyond gender. Not with some ecstatic adventure in supersensuous regions, but with the loving and patient exploration of the world that lies at your gates, the ebb and flow and ever-during power of which your own existence forms a part. You are to push back the self's barriers bit by bit, till at last all duration is included in the widening circles of its intuitive love, till you find every manifestation of life, even those which you have petulantly classified as cruel or obscene, the ardent self-expression of that immanent being whose spark burns deep in your soul. And then she moves to discuss even the Indian mystics in a very interesting way. She tells us to pour ourselves out towards it, not to drag its image towards us. And in this way, contemplation turns creation into theophany. She says the sense world has become for you a theophany or appearance of God, not a symbol, but a showing. In the Golden Dawn, we famously see colors not as representing forces, but as forces distinctly themselves. And that is what she's talking about here in terms of just nature itself, as seeing nature itself as the body of God. And by doing this, she says we begin to access the first gate, the first form. The second form, and let's not downplay the first form. When she says theophany, she means vision of God, like as full an experience of God as you can have. We're talking about experiencing Kether in Malkut. The second form is inward silence. She says, where you begin to understand what the psalmist meant when he said, be still and know. Now, I have a lot to say about that one. Does anyone know why I have a lot to say about the phrase, be still and know? It's a reference to the Psalm 23, or it's different in the Protestant versus Catholic Bible. Be still and know that I am God is the line. Be still and know, she says here. You are lost in a wilderness, a solitude, a dim, strange state of which you can say nothing, since it offers no material to your image-making mind. Now, be still and know is my favorite line from the Bible. I had it tattooed on my arm to celebrate graduating seminary in Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic. For me, it's a fascinating sentence because while it's been used to promote this sort of spiritual idea of passivity and simply focusing on the gnosis of God as the be-all and end-all, the sentence actually points to a deeper interpretive issue, because in the Latin it says vacate, and know that I am God, which is, empty yourself, stop, vacate. You can imagine the different meanings that has. Vacate, go away and know that I am God. Empty yourself and know that I'm God. In the Greek, it says skolasate, which is like what you'd say to a student that's not paying attention. Skolasate, be attentive, listen up and know that I am God. In the Hebrew, it says herpa uyada ki anochi Elohim. Be still, just stop. Just stop and know that I'm God. In the Aramaic, the longest one, it says pasaka mim karava uyada ki arom anach yaya. Much longer. Why is it so much longer? Because it doesn't say be still and know that I am God. It says stop fighting wars and know that I am God. Completely different. Completely different. But I guess the Hebrew scribe was running out of parchment and just cut off that whole stop fighting wars thing. Obviously, modern hermeneutes or exegetes would say, well, you can still understand what is meant by be still, because from the broader psalm, it's about a war going on. And they're saying, hey, just stop this. Stop this. But the sentence, this line from the Psalms became a very popular one in Jewish and Christian traditions that refer to the inner silence or ceasing that is necessary to experience gnosis. She says, but this wilderness from one point of view is so bare and desolate, from another is yet strangely homely. In it, all your sorrowful questionings are answered without utterance. It is the all, and you are within it, and part of it, and know that it is good. It calls forth the utmost adoration of which you are capable, and mysteriously gives love for love. This is so Hermetic, right? The Hermetic tradition is all about thanksgiving. It's all about giving thanks and being open to the spiritual nature of creation. That's what initiates us in the way of Hermes. And you can see that idea still being massaged into her Christian mysticism, into the Christian tradition, which in the past wasn't quite so active in its approach. So she says, you have ascended now, say the mystics, into the freedom of the will of God. Ye are become part of the higher, slower duration, which carries you, as it were, upon its bosom, though never perhaps before has your soul been so truly active, seems to you a stillness, a rest. And she quotes the great Neoplatonist, the doctrine of Plotinus concerning a higher life of unity. See, interesting, she's talking about, brought a pagan into this now. A lower life of multiplicity, possibly to every human spirit, will now appear to you not a fantastic theory, but a plain statement of fact, which you have verified in your own experience. You perceive that these are the two complementary ways of apprehending and uniting with reality, the one as a dynamic process, the other as an eternal whole. Thus understood, they do not conflict. You know that the flow in the broken up world of change and multiplicity is still going on, and that you, as a creature of time, of the time world, are moving and growing within it. But thanks to the development of the higher side of your consciousness, you are now lifted to a new poise, a direct participation in that simple, transcendent life, broken yet not divided, which gives to this time world all its meaning and validity. And you know, without derogation, from the realness of that life of flux within which you first made your attachments to the universe, that you are also a true constituent of the greater whole. That since you are human, you are also spirit and are living eternal life now in the midst of time. I just think that is like, this is why you can see why mm, I was doing my doctorate on her and her writing. It was on Evelyn Underhill, Heresy and Hermeticism, and it's about the introduction of Hermetic thought into the Anglican mainstream and Christian mainstream of mystical writings and spirituality. And yeah, it would have been fun if I completed it. It's a journey that I'm taking in a different way now, but this is also, now I get to just share it with you guys, and I can spend the next 10, 20 years digging back through all my youthful academic research and sharing it in a different way. The effect of this form of contemplation in the degree in which the ordinary man may learn to practice it is like the sudden change of atmosphere, the shifting of values, which we experience when we pass from the busy streets into a quiet church, where a lamp burns and a silence reigns, the same yesterday, today, and forever. Thence is poured forth a stillness which strikes through the tumult without, eluding the flicker of the arc lamps. Thence, through an upper window, we may glimpse a perpetual star. And this is what we do in our spiritual and mystical practices, or what we want to do, right? We want to create sacrality. And to experience the sacrality of the world around us, we start with creating a sacred space at home, not just in the practice of our lives, but even physically, with usually our altar or our shrine to whatever gods or spirits we adore, venerate, or worship, or whatever ancestors we might want to create a little house for, so that they can come visit us when they have a day off from golfing with God. Oh, thank you very much, Louise, for the donation. That is much appreciated. Yeah, motion, Michelle, motion is a really, I know what you're referring to there. Exactly. That's the word, motion. I believe nature continues, says BW, all the way up through all the heavens. Yes. I mean, that's the Hermetic view. Everything outside of God is God created creation, and sort of is suffused within it, but also separate, also beyond it. The true monad, which is a point within a circle, or a sphere within a sphere, or a sphere or a circle expanded from a point. Again, this dot, which then expands to a sphere or a circle, is the creation symbol we have with the image of the monad. The doctrine, says Brad, the doctrine of divine dignity by birthright, imago Dei. Yeah, it's beautiful. Behold the glory of his majesty, Brad. Elected officials. I don't know what you mean. Elected officials? I'm not sure what that is. So the inward silence. Be still and know that I am God. And that silence is a way of recognizing the divinity and sacrality around you, and you can build it up in your life by doing your rituals, creating your sacred space, treating it like sacred space. Like, to this day, I take a shower before almost all of my ritual work specifically, and then put my robe on directly and create this whole ritual. The preparations in magic are in some ways so much more important than the moments that you might think during the ritual itself that matter. Whether it's meditation, the set and setting of our practice, whether it's entheogenic or usually sober, of course. All of these things are what create the space for that meeting to occur. It's like when we summon a spirit in conjuration, we're not really getting it to show up anywhere. We're creating a space in which it can be experienced. And when you have that switch in thinking from like invoking a spirit, which means to call a spirit to you, and you start thinking of invocation as creating a space in which the spirit would be comfortable and capable of dialogue. Because again, what if we take Evelyn Underhill's novels of thought, perspective, or hypothesis on spirits to be true, that they don't really understand necessarily the full scope of where they are, or the relationships of planes and existences, and they might be in as much tourists in their realms as we are in ours. Her advice about the second form, her caution is, do not try to live permanently absorbed in the transcendent. So the perpetual absorption in the transcendent, she says, this is a quote, is a human impossibility, and the effort to achieve it is both unsocial and silly. Absolutely. You can tell people who spend too much time doing meditation and ritual work. I'm generally not one who likes to say you can spend too much time doing it, but yeah, you can, especially if you can no longer function in this world, like the psychic I mentioned who couldn't feed herself, but yet was seen as the greatest spiritual teacher in my community growing up, or one of them. And even the other day, during after a class I was in, there was a debate, and someone just kept trying to say, in the context of the Hermetica, well, but once you're enlightened, none of this matters. It's like, yeah, that's not even a thing. There's no idea that you achieve some state where you're just superior to everyone else in our Western traditions that I've seen. I mean, there is experiences that change you and make you different to others, sure, but this idea that you're living in some absoluthic state, even if it were possible, it's just, I like her point of view that it's unsocial and silly. The third form, she says, just stop forcing it, become receptive. And this is more classically Christian mysticism. She says, quote, you are therefore to let yourself go. This is the kenosis, is the word, the letting go. To cease all conscious, anxious striving and pushing, is what she says on page 62. If you want to take a slightly deeper dive into that, the third form of contemplation. And the first form, I think, is basically her adaptation of Meditation 1 from the Stella Matutina. God, my voice is not going to last as long as I thought it would. It's a long sentence. All that will now come to you, and much perhaps will come, will happen as it seems without effort on your part. though really it will be the direct result of that long stress and discipline which has gone before. And again, I think this really applies to magicians as well as Christian mystics, to esotericists as well as exotericists, and has made it possible for you to feel the subtle contact of deeper realities. It will depend also on the steady continuance, often perhaps through long periods of darkness and boredom, of that poise to which you have been trained, the stretching out of the loving and surrendered will into the dimness and silence, the continued trustful habitation of the soul in the atmosphere of the essential world. You are like a traveler arrived in a new country. The journey has been a long one. The hardships and obstacles involved in it, the effort, the perpetual conscious pressing forward, have at last come to seem the chief features of your inner life. Now, with their cessation, all this effort we put into it, you feel curiously lost, as if the chief object of your existence had been taken away. And this happens at certain stages of initiation so dramatically. They're usually the stages where people break down, leave, or give up, or become monsters. No need to push any further, yet, though there is no more that you can do of yourself, there is much that may and must be done to you. So this is when people achieve a certain state, and then they can get trapped in their ego because they don't let go. They don't, and in religious orders and even some magical orders, that the stage is where they demand a certain obedience. And in our order, that this was in portal, and it's like, well, now let's see if you can listen. You've been doing you've completed the work of the pentagram, completed, and you're at this state of spirit now. You're given these titles like honored, and you're about to be maybe considered to be elevated to adepthood and given the title very honored and be trained as a hierophant or as a leader. But before that, they need to know that you can listen to God. And so how do they test that? They see if you can listen to just another person, your superior, or just whoever your guide is. And that's a test that a lot of people fail. They say, how dare you, after all I've done, try to tell me or suggest that I do something, I'm the man, and I'm going to take off and go tell other people I'm the man and find some sycophants. And that's where a lot of schisms come from. Not always, not often, but sometimes. And yeah. And that, some friends of mine say that's what results in black brothers. Well, I don't like to write people off permanently in that way generally. But I get what they mean. I get what they mean. And Evelyn Underhill certainly gets what they mean. Now with the cessation, you feel curiously lost. No need to push on any further, yet though there is no more that you can do for yourself, there's much that must be done to you. The place that you have come to seems strange and bewildering, for it lies far beyond the horizons of human thought. Once you get deep into spiritual work, it can become very hard to find your way at certain stages. That's why even spiritual directors have spiritual directors and guides. We those of us who teach, like, we rely on other teachers and friendships with other people to check in and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing. What do you think? Give me some thoughts. Give me some feedback. There are no familiar landmarks, nothing on which you can lay hold. You wander to and fro, as the mystics say, in this fathomless ground, surrounded by silence and darkness, struggling to breathe this rarefied air. Like those who go to live in new latitudes, you must become acclimatized. Your state, then, should now be wisely passive, in order that the great influences which surround you may take and adjust your spirit. That the unaccustomed light, which now seems to you a darkness, may clarify your eyes, and that you may be transformed from a visitor into an inhabitant of that supernal country which St. Augustine described as no mere vision, but a home. It's crazy how much this rings true, looking back on my life and experiences with myself and others and just everything. So we're going to dive back into St. John of the Cross now, which is why I wanted to look at this passage. You are therefore to let yourself go, to cease all conscious, anxious striving. So we're beyond the dark night of the senses. We're into facing the dark night of the spirit, which happens, a decade or more after this, you begin this serious spiritual work. If ever. Finding yourself in this place of darkness and quietude, this night of the spirit, as St. John of the Cross has called it. You are to dwell there meekly, asking nothing, seeking nothing, but with your doors flung wide open towards God. Yeah, it takes some time to get to that point, because there's some, John of the Cross highlights, there's some removal of God's self from your life that can cause you to crash out a bit in the earlier stages. And as you do thus, there will come to you an ever clearer attitude that this darkness unveils the goal for which you have been seeking from the first, the final reality with which you are destined to unite, the perfect satisfaction of your most ardent and most sacred desires. It is there, but you cannot by your efforts reach it. This realization of your own complete impotence, of the resistance which the transcendent, long sought and faithfully served, now seems to offer to your busy outgoing will and love, your ardor, your deliberate self-donation, is at once the most painful and most essential phase in this training of the human soul. It brings you into a state of passive suffering, which is to complete the decentralization of your character, test the purity of your love, and perfect your education in humility. When I was sort of at the height of what I saw as my place in the temple I was trained in, the chief of the order announced publicly that this is when I was an adept leading the temple. I guess he wanted to challenge me a bit more, or punish me or something. Who knows? He was an erratic Pisces, but it was still interesting, this challenge, because again, even when you're doing a spiritual program or putting yourself through a training, you do, as much as you should be aware of nonsense and bullshit or abuse, you also should be aware that you have chosen to be here. You are choosing to remain, and you need to interpret the lessons and experiences as something that God is still giving to you. Sure, you can walk away at any time, but what's God saying to you? And at the point of my greatest service and value to my temple and the community around me, the chief announced that I had been reduced to the grade of practicus 3 = 8, and said it publicly, so that all the alt magic people and people on the forums back in the early 2000s, they were saying, oh, he's been kicked out of the inner order, he's been reduced to this lowly menial grade, and blah blah blah, he's no longer concerned. It was actually really lucky he did that, because it meant that a lot of the people who were violently targeting us started ignoring me. They're like, oh, he's not a player anymore. But I think Zinc was just trying to see how I'd react, and other people might have been too. My reaction was no reaction. I was like, I still have to run initiations, I still have to teach classes, I still have to teach teachers how to teach classes, I still have to pay the temple rent and the hydro and do everything while still going to full-time grad school. So call me whatever grade you want. I don't give a shit. I have a lot of work to do. Have a nice day, sir. And fortunately, my honest response, my sincere response, was also the correct response. I had reached the point where I didn't care about grades or attainment anymore. I had work to do. I had people to help. I had real service to give. And that's an example of that kind of passive listening. You no longer care who you are so much. The details of your persona, the egotism. You're like, I have work to do. I have gnosis to receive. Like, I have my own higher soul to listen to in the guidance and service of those around me. And what some person in a foreign country says is my grade or status, completely irrelevant. Yeah. And so not long after that, I was announced that I was the sub-praemonstrator of the entire order and the second authority for all teaching, and asked to rewrite the entire curriculum's grade material for the entire order, which I then did half of before I left. So I was reduced to practicus and then elevated to the second highest station in the entire massive order that we were in at the time. And again, I didn't care about any of that either, because I was too busy working in the everyday slog that is the great work and service to others. This is what Underhill is talking about. At a certain point, you can't forge your own path. You just have to listen and let what comes your way be what it is. She calls it the self-emergence in the universal life. You must You must, so far as you are able, give yourself up to, die into, melt into the whole, abandon all efforts to lay hold of it. This is about your life. This is about your entire life. More, you must be willing that it should lay hold of you. A pure bear going forth, says Toller, trying to describe the sensations of the self at this moment. None, says Roycebrook, one of her main mentors, I believe. No, I'm confusing him. He was still an influence. Putting this same experience, this meek outstreaming of the bewildering spirit into other language, is sure of eternal life unless he has died with his own attributes wholly into God. It is unlikely that agreeable emotions will accompany this utter self-surrender. Yet that's where shit gets hard. For everything will now seem to be taken from you, nothing given in exchange. But if you are able to make it, a mighty transformation will result. From the transitional plane of darkness, you will be reborn into another world, another stage of realization, and find yourself literally to be other than you were before. Let's jump back into the novel Column of Dust. He talked about the astral plane as the zoo and the drawing room occultists who just want experiences but not to embrace the world with love. So later in the novel, there's a lot of intentionally comical scenes. This character, Mrs. Reed, who's like munched a biscuit and thought of transcendental things, partly because the cracker is crisp, partly because she is sure she understands categorical comparative. Then she gives a lecture combining mummies, metaphysics, alchemy, and the Book of the Dead, while her husband literally dies in the next room. I mean, cruel, brilliant. This woman's lecturing on death as spiritual liberation while off stage, her actual husband is dying in a messy, frightening, embodied, real way. Yeah. The scene's a fun one. I really hope you all read the novel. I'd love to audiobook it. I just don't know if I have time. Anyway, the real death of the corpse of her husband while she's giving a biscuits and tea lecture. There's a great line. It's the things one does not love are better left alone. This is the point of view of this character who's arguing with Constance, who says her experiment came from wanting adventure and knowledge, which is a fair enough reason to get into the mystical and magical world. But that's sort of the moral of her whole plot, right? He gives the simplest instruction in the book. Learn to love. Do please learn to love. It's such terrible waste if you don't. So this is the main thesis in the novel. It's a novel, so it doesn't need to have a thesis or a moral to it, but it does tie directly into practical mysticism, where contemplation is an act of love and not a critical study of nature and reality and facts and data. So this is what in the novel is seen as sort of the Grail, and the Grail enters the story here. The character Constance expects the visible world to react to mystery, but ordinary life just continues. Work, lunch, mending, smoke, cheap food, difficult children. And it sort of forces her to be honest. Like, choose your course in life. To choose your course in life and then just give it up. That's, for Evelyn Underhill, the unforgivable sin. And that's really a good discussion point for the Golden Dawners. The true initiator is not the temple officer, not the robe. It's not our passwords or our lineage or even the spirit guides. The true, she says in the novel, the mistress of novices, which is an interesting. It's almost like there's almost a feminist angle to the novel in a way. I know Evelyn Underhill in her youthful diaries as a 16-year-old considered herself a communist and a feminist. But later in life, I think she revised those views a little bit. So, yeah, so I'm just lost in thought about that. It's interesting. The true mistress of knowledge, so she says, is the purifying demand of reality itself. Love beats knowledge. And at the end, the watcher, the spirit, well, actually, I won't give that away. Should I give it away? No, I'm not going to give it away. Yeah, read the novel and you'll see this really cool ending with what the watcher character, the spirit who's trapped, yeah, Underhill says he had now all knowledge. So the spirit does gain all knowledge, but was, quote, outstripped by those who had very little love. So that is the entire, inspiration, lightning bolt of the book. To summarize it, he who had now all knowledge saw himself outstripped by those who had a very little love. The spirit knows all things, but the spirits are not us. They do not. The spirit said to John Dee when he's like, how do I write these prayers exactly from the goodwill of man, from God, as reflecting the love of God through the goodwill of man? The spirit's like, we don't know. We're not men. We don't know how you relate to God. We're like made of God, like you, but different. And we don't know how to tell you how to, come on, D. Like, you're a human. You connect with God like a human. We're made of air and consciousness or something. So that's sort of one of my favorite bits of this, that these spirits who could see all and know all, the daimon, our own daimon is outstripped by our love, the love in our soul. It's just so powerful. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah. And that wraps up sort of the novel, and the advice that practical mysticism gives in its Christian Hermetic post Golden Dawn insights to us all. It's union with reality by disciplined attention, purified will, and love. The novel Column of Dust. Again, I should have grabbed my little copy. I have a beautiful copy. There's a good copy on Amazon. I'll post a link on to the copy I like down below after this. In the Column of Dust, she gives the cautionary myth: magical curiosity may rupture the veil. Yeah, but it cannot interpret what it finds. The occultist gets contact, the mystic gets communion. The occultist wants to know, the mystic learns to love. And really, as adepts in any system, that should be the balancing act, especially in the Golden Dawn and the Rosicrucian tradition that we're struggling to achieve all the time. I don't know how, she didn't, it wasn't her path, the Golden Dawn, and that's fine, but you can see how much she got out of it, because this is not something, neither of these things are things that any other Christian mystic would have written who didn't have that kind of visceral experience with the occult tradition like Evelyn Underhill did. So that is the great insight of Evelyn Underhill. Occultology says, member for 7 months. Thanks for being such a long-standing channel member, man. I get home from work to Frat RC live stream my copy of Hermetica 1. Yeah, that's so awesome. Hermetica 1. Thank you. I'm glad unknown. Hey, Jorge, these prayers were awesome. Yeah, these prayers are amazing. Yeah. Michelle, yeah. Discipline. With a name like Underhill, she's yeah. She's great. Evelyn Underhill's great. Hello. Hola. Thank you. I'm glad you found this inspiring. I was very excited to do it. I was also from what's been working on my channel, and I hope this worked for you guys here today. I'm happy to stick around and chat, especially as we could even finish off that video from yesterday that we didn't finish off. But I have a few more things to say first. The divine feminine is deep indeed. Yes. Yes, it is. Light projection and sound, says Michelle, and which to one inspires the learn the light source and the sound. Yeah. No. I think, yeah, right. Data versus experience is an interesting idea in general. And You know, I think by looking and comparing these two texts side by side, we get a sense of the real, you know, uh, insight, the lightning bolt of insight that Evelyn Underhill had, from her time in the Golden Dawn to her becoming the most prominent Christian spiritual writer of her time. It was like
strikes like oh, like lightning. Yes, that's it.
I had to. All right, let's wrap this up. With a final glimpse at the insights of practical mysticism. We've talked about the forms of contemplation, pouring ourselves out towards it to do not draw the images to you. It's like how we pour ourselves into the tarot card and we don't pull its images into us in path working. And that way contemplation can turn into creation, can turn creation into theophany. That's a great idea. Contemplation turns creation into theophany. Again, this is from her saying, the sense world has become for you a theophany. So nature itself is your teacher. This is the book of nature that Agrippa and all those guys were talking about. And then you have to surrender. And in the end is the final phase. It's transformation, of course. And she points out it's not private bliss. Make of it, she says, not a dreamy mystic, but an active, impassioned servant of eternal wisdom. Contemplation must become action. And that's what Richard Rohr runs, the Franciscan priest. I think he's in New Mexico. His center is the Center for Contemplation and Action, and he's big into the Enneagram, but he's a cool American Franciscan who, in the classes I had with him at UBC, was railing against how young men just love to dress up, and fine, let them dress up in their robes and their stoles and all that stuff. And it's just something young men like to do, or young people perhaps. He's of course a Franciscan, so he only works with men as a priest. I'm sure he works with women at the center as well, of course. But yes, that was very much the focus of the Franciscan order is not just staying in the monastery, but going out to the people. I mean, if you haven't seen the great movie with the music by Donovan, for a Brother, Sun, and Sister Moon, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's fun too, even though it's just the story of Saint Francis of Assisi. And Obi-Wan Kenobi makes an appearance. The great Alec Guinness plays the Pope in the final scene. Go watch Brother, Sun, and Sister Moon. Do it. You will not regret it. You will not. It's gonna melt your heart, and also please your ears and eyes. Contemplation and action, she says, are not opposites, but two interdependent forms of a life that is one. And our vocation as mystics is not to actualize this within the world of time and space. No, it is our business to actualize it in the world of time and space. Bring our holy balance of creative energy. Again, that very Golden Dawn idea she has here in this equilibrium approach of action, of passive and active, right? You can tell she took this whole 3 pillars idea to heart and was like, oh, how can I explain this to the ordinary person? She says, what is being offered to you is not merely a choice amongst new states of consciousness, but above all else, a larger and intenser life abundant. The glory of God is every creature fully alive, as Irenaeus famously said. So yeah, it's a manual of Christian contemplative theurgy without the occult rubrics and machinery. First, we purify the perception, then we recollect the attention, we simplify our desires, then contemplate the world, all of nature, as God, as theophany, as revelation, and then enter an inward silence. This is where people get in trouble, and then surrender to divine action. And finally, we return to the world as an agent of mercy, beauty, order, and significance. We have significance, more so than we did before, because of the change we've brought about in our own alignment to reality. our closeness to reality. And that's why it's not this eternal transcendentalizing and escaping and spiritual bypassing that so many traditions do get lost in, or so many practitioners get lost in. It's not escape from history. It is the athanor, the furnace, the alembic in which we get that heat that destroys us and allows us to be reborn as our true selves. So that we can act in history and not be devoured by it and the world around us. So that's my talk today. That's my talk. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. I know I did. Woo! Okay. I'm going to let you hear me sing about our upcoming event in Austin, Texas, which you can attend online. Go to arcaneresearchsociety.com to join. And then I'll be back to talk and hang out and answer questions. So fill up the stream with questions or whatever else. And I've got the energy to definitely have a bit more fun. I just can't keep reading. And yeah, that was, I hoped I would get through all that in less than 2 hours, and about right. So yeah, I'm so excited to go back to Austin. Being there was a breath of fresh air. It's nice to just get out and see the world. And everyone was so friendly. Like the people there just were so outgoing and cheerful and nice. It was really nice. And we're going to have an amazing event there. If you can come in person or attend online, either way, I hope you register for a Nokia Con this November 6th through 8th. And here's a little song I wrote about it. Right back. All right. You're so welcome. No, my home was invaded in 2017 and everything I owned was taken, including like my instruments. I was left with a backpack of property. So everything's gone. All my novels, everything. Yeah. Otherwise, I would have finished my thesis and gotten my doctorate. I would have had to start over technically, but I could have used my research and writings and all that. But anyway, it's all good. Don't worry. I'm very happy with how much of my life has turned out. Would have been nice if my sister hadn't died, but you know, that's just, you just can't control the world, man. You just can't control the world. You gotta roll with it, right? You gotta roll with it and just make the best of it and reevaluate your life as you go along and think, well, what's God calling me to do now? You know, what's God calling me to do when I am looking at a future without family? When I know that the best part of my life is behind me because that person that defined it is now gone. How do you make sense of that? And those are the kind of spiritual trials that we do have to face, and that's where all of this training comes in for real and makes a real difference, because I could have easily let myself be crushed by all of that, by everything at any point. I'm sure you all know the same in your own life. And yeah, obviously a cowboy hat's a must. No, not necessarily. I mean, you can go the other way. You can go the barbecue hat way. So yeah, but enough talking about Austin and America. It's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day to all my fellow Canadians here. We are very proud to be Canadian, and we want our country to return to one that is hospitable to human life and not so focused on what our leader is currently trying to do, which is
for the new world order.
Boo, boo. We don't want our country to be for the new world order. We want it to be for the people who actually live here and are struggling to put food on their table. So I know 4th of July is coming up, and all you crazy Yanks are going to be lighting off fireworks and shooting your guns in the air like you all do, apparently, according to MSNBC. You just go outside and just start firing off your guns every which way because you're ruffians and don't know any better. Dear Lord, the way that America's characterized outside, like Texas is nothing like I actually thought it would be. It's so similar, honestly. It's so similar to my experience of Canada in a lot of ways. Yeah, the world, the more you see it, is less different and more similar, and also more different and less similar, just in different ways that we don't always necessarily expect. And that's kind of what's interesting. All right, I don't see many questions. Maybe you guys are done for the day as well. We could finish up that Golden Dawn review video we did the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I think it was this one. Golden Dawn, Seer the Talk, no, Create Reality, and Actual Magician explains for beginners to the occult. Well, no, that's I think this is it. Yeah, this is what we were watching. I'd like to talk to this guy. He's definitely been a part of a GD group for a long time, and we like that. That's always fun to hear about different people's experiences. He's not up to date on the recent scholarship, which is fine. He's an older person. He might not be reading the Light Extended, but you should read the Light Extended so that you know what's going on in modern Golden Dawn scholarship.
Substitution cipher, so each character stands for a letter or number in the English alphabet, and as a result, they were readily decoded, and they give a structure for a magical order, and specifically they take things like the grade names and initiations from the SRIA, which
took it from the
Freemasonry. In fact, within the Golden Dawn, there was both an outer order and an inner order.
Oh, Jorge, yeah, hotel. So yeah, there's a post up about that now. I've said which place we're getting a block of rooms with, and I'll hopefully have a code for a slight deal from them soon. I'm waiting to hear back from their sales team, and it's not too much in the party area of town. It's only 4-minute Waymo or Uber drive to the venue, 9-block walk. It has a hotel pool and outdoor bar and a great patio area. And it's the lowest affordable place in that area, near the venue, but not so near as to be too downtown, if you know what I mean. And it still has, it's right next to a hookah bar, a music venue called Valhalla, and a dive bar called Better Times, I think. So that's the main official hotel we're using. But then there's also hostel options for under $100 a night, which is crazy. You can't get that anywhere in Canada. And then there's higher end options nearby, the Omnia, and a lot of beautiful hotels. If you're looking to have like a slightly more upscale holiday, then Austin has some really nice stuff. The young Poke Runyon. This is Poke Runyon's book, but it's not Poke Runyon talking. No, it's not Poke Runyon talking. I was there when he released this book in '97 in LA. He did a special full day workshop with us, presenting his research to us. And I've studied even the second edition of this at length. And then Dr. Fuller released his revised Golden Dawn history in the last two light extended books and just blew everything out of the water.
Which was accessed through the ritual of sacrifice, or the crucifixion, the death and rebirth symbolism in
Better
the
Days, yeah.
Minor
You were there
ritual.
with
and
me
this
and
took place
Jason
usually
and Temple
within a grand
and
vault that was set up for the Adeptus Minor ritual.
What's your name?
So even
name?
within the inner order, there were also other orders as well, or offshoots, little groups, little cliques, and so forth. And Florence Farr, a well-known actress of the time, who was very influential in the teaching of the rituals in the
is that what KS stands for?
The knowledge lectures, as they were called. She formed another group called the Sphere Group, that actually existed as a secret group within the secret group within the secret group. So people were very invested in the teaching of the order, in the practice of the order. But as I mentioned in our recent live video, the order really collapsed because the teachers were involved in political infighting, and as a result, the students weren't being taught.
Yeah, that's something I'm not sure of, because I think we know why the order collapsed, and that's never something that I've heard discussed as having been the issue. I mean, the issues are quite salient. Horniman cutting off Mathers financially, Mathers expelling Horniman, Barr and Yates expelling Mathers, Crowley going to see Mathers, locking himself in the temple, stealing papers and writing his name in the role as an adept so he could claim being an adept, the police coming, bonking him on the head and taking him off to jail. Yeah. Chaos Moon.
The main secret, which was of correspondences. Students were complaining that they were learning
I'll get you the link
things,
to the original video.
They didn't know why they were learning them, or they were doing rituals, but they felt the rituals were empty and meaningless.
None of that
this is because they weren't applying the symbolism that they were learning
in
the knowledge lectures to fill out and explore the experience of the rituals that are only activated when you have the knowledge. And therefore, it's a self-protective system. It is a true esoteric or occult system, because you can only really experience it by learning, practicing, and experiencing it. You can't really learn all of the knowledge or practice all of the rituals without putting it all together. And this is really important in the Western esoteric initiation system that I teach, is this synthesis that I learned from my first occult teacher of actually putting together the practice and the theory and putting them both together in order to catalyze initiation, which is a fundamental state change of your awareness and relationship.
So this video was put out a year ago, and it's done very well. And yeah, he's a serious practitioner of the tradition, so I have a lot of respect for him, and I'm really curious about what insights he has. That's the original video. You could all go follow his channel. It's called The Actual Magician's Bookshelf, and I'd love to have him on the podcast. This guy would be a fun guy to talk to. We could totally geek out.
To the universe itself, which is really at the
it's
core
psychedelic
of
floor
this.
there, eh?
Otherwise,
not traditional, but very cool.
Empty, performative knowledge or practice.
Isn't that sort of what
no
Dion Fortune was, or Evelyn Underhill was just talking about?
Angelic spirits, or invoke various ancient Egyptian deities if you haven't already invoked your whole self into yourself. So there is a progressive sequence.
Oh man, I just realized my laptop microphone is what you've been hearing me speak through this whole time. Did my audio sound worse than normal? Oh my God, I'm sure it did. That's crazy. I didn't have my good mic switched on. I'm sorry. Well, now I do have it switched on. Hopefully I sound better. That's too bad. I can't find my earbuds for the speaker. Still not fully settled in since arriving back home, but okay. Hopefully this will be okay. You're not getting any echo. Let me know if you're getting any echo or anything like that.
Of state changes that really needs to happen in order to fully
That's not true
from these teachings. And they're not empty teachings. They are very, very specific. They are very well formulated. And though they are synthetic, they do allow us to learn in the most effective and to some extent safe way possible. So what would a Golden Dawn member actually learn then? Well, for example, upon reaching the grade of philosophers, they would have to learn the 5 rituals, the initiation rituals, and be able to explain and explore why those rituals are set up as they are, for example.
Now, that's not done in Portal. Like, you don't even study those initiations really until the subgrades of Adeptus Minor. So in Neophyte Adeptus Minor, you study the Neophyte initiation. In Zelator Adeptus Minor, you study the Zelator. As you go through the Outer Order, you're just meant to experience the things and study aspects of the symbolism and practices. You're not meant to study the overall architecture and function of the rituals themselves until Adepthood. That's definitely not what you're meant to do in Portal.
The movements in the temple, the order of invocations, the knowledge that's imparted within those rituals, the tarot symbolism, the Kabbalistic symbolism. At a particular grade, you would have to have disassembled and reverse engineered all of that so that you understood the basic principles on which all of this was built. In effect, the adepts were expected to be able to write and construct their own rituals, their own tarot deck, their own teachings, and indeed students like Florence Farr, in some of her unpublished writings that I've seen in the Golden Dawn archives, really pursued the knowledge and the sense of correspondences in order to explore lots of different religious systems and so forth, and try and unify the teaching within them. She also applied the teaching to small plays, for example, the magical plays like the Beloved of Hathor, the Shrine, the Golden Hawk, the Mystery of Time, and so forth, that she actually applied her theatrical skill to the teachings themselves and to bringing the ancient Egyptian mysteries to life. And Crowley did this as well with the Eleusinian mysteries, and also Mathers and Moina Mathers did this in Paris with the rituals of Isis that they practiced and performed in effect in Paris. The philosophers would also have to learn 3 side lectures, which were geomancy, the tarot and their attribution to the Hebrew alphabet, and a side paper or knowledge paper called the General Guidance and Purification of the Soul. Now, some of these things were core to the Golden Dawn. Some of them were what were called the flying rolls, which is a biblical reference to scrolls arriving from the deity. And these were sort of side papers or additional lectures or knowledge or considerations that didn't fall into the main course of the Golden Dawn teachings. The philosophers would also have to learn 4 of the knowledge lectures that were specifically for that grade. Each grade had a series of progressive knowledge lectures teaching correspondences, astrology, basic alchemy, and so forth. And side lectures, for example, geomantic talismans, the Tree of Life in the Tarot, the Shemen Foresh, the Divine Name, the Chaldean Oracles of Zoroaster. Information about the Qliphoth was given to them. They'd also have to learn tattvas and geometric symbolism and numerological symbolism, all within that one grade. And each of the grade would be tested before applying to take the next grade and then be initiated within a ritual to the secrets or to the teachings of the next grade. So there was a gated system, and this is where our own idea of gated spreads comes from in Tarosophy, is a tarot version, a more accessible version of a ritual in your pocket by using the tarot as gates to initiate people, the practitioner of a particular gated spread, through particular experiences in a staged manner, that you cannot experience the next stage because you don't have the experience of the first or previous stages. And this is the way we can lock the teaching and make sure that it is only experienced by people who are actually going to be able to utilize that effectively for their own spiritual and mystical progression, not just their magical progression, and also to do that in a way that is psychologically sound and doesn't expose a lot of the shadow. It doesn't elevate aspects of the superego or reward the id and various other factors that we might take into consideration from the psychic, as in psychological level of these teachings. So all of these need to...
Conflating psychic with psychological level is that's a wild one. I've not really seen explicitly done before or in a while. I'm not sure how like intuition and reading minds and moving objects with your aura has much to do with psychology, but
to be done in the order that is given, because that is an order that has been tested and has been developed over at least a century. So
yeah, psychic means mental. It's not how the word's used by any occultist, though, right? Like psyche comes from the Greek psyche, which is not such a limited word. It's the name of a god. It's the name of a god. But I see what you're saying. I get the connection between psychic and psychological, but imagine you taught telepathy, divination, and telekinesis for a living. Like, this is my favorite guy on this. He's the best. This is the best guy, I think, today. If you know a better person, this guy's the best guy. I practice all his stuff and have been shocked by my abilities and improvement. Sean McNamara, great stuff. If you wouldn't say you wouldn't say you're a psychologist or that you study psychology if what you do is try and teach people to channel their bioenergy to move things inside of a glass cylinder so that you're not getting airflow or whatever, right? Like, is that psychology? I don't think so. So it's a weird conflation.
All of the cosmological schema in the Golden Dawn includes Kabbalah, ancient Egyptian magic, religious practices, Zoroastrianism, Hindu teachings, Western philosophies, Pythagorean philosophies in particular, and specific subjects such as talismans and tarot are a synthesis of other material from a broad range of sources, which includes the magical grimoires and magical encyclopedias of John Dee, 1527 to 1608, Edward Kelly, of course, who worked with John Dee, 1555 to 1597, Agrippa, 1486 to 1535, whose three books on magical practice are the mainstay of the grimoire tradition, and Francis Barrett, who half-inched a lot of Agrippa's work on occult philosophy into his own work called the Magus, and he was born around 1780. Mathers, Woodman, and Westcott put all of this together, used their SRIA background, Freemasonic structures, and then built a masterpiece of synthetic, magical, esoteric, spiritual, mystical teaching that is the Golden Dawn.
Synthetic, I think, is the wrong word. That implies that it's made up of false components or fabricated components. It's syncretic. I think he means syncretic, not synthetic, because it's anything but synthetic. The Hermetica is not synthetica. It's not synthetic. The Hermetica is not synthetica. Yeah, syncretic. It's taking things, putting them together, and the GD did that.
System itself. Now, both Aleister Crowley and A.E. Waite, two of the more notable students of the order,
they're two of the least notable students of the order as Golden Dawners, in my opinion. Like, Waite was called Dead Weight, and Crowley didn't even make it through the grades.
And people like Yeats and Florence Farr
Right.
and
Yeah,
various
synthetic is
others,
man-made.
Crowley and Waite took the teachings in two very different ways. Crowley took it into his own philosophy, which was born out of his background with his...
No, it's the theology, not philosophy. It's not based on logic and reason. It's based on divine revelation. That's theology, not philosophy. It's basically philosophy, just a bit more optimistic.
Religious upbringing, his very strict religious upbringing with the Plymouth Brethren, and they had to do things like recite whole pieces of the Bible at meals and so forth. And Crowley took a lot of this into his thelemic system, which he called a form of scientific illuminism, a form of testable magic. Long before chaos magic came along with the idea, Crowley was a forerunner in that scientific approach, which is lost in a lot of his other work, his poetry, his mystical experience, his magic.
I find it very odd they attribute that mentality of occult scientism or science to Crowley, whereas he learned that in the Golden Dawn. He learned that mentality from his teachers in the Golden Dawn, from Alan Bennett, Mathers, all of them.
But when you read his diaries, it's very evident that he was approaching it from what we would call a scientific point of view. Arthur Edward Waite took it more deeply into religion, into Catholicism.
Let me know if you'd enjoy this. I love reading Crowley's autohagiography. It would be fun to do a review of Golden Dawn history and then reading excerpts from relevant time periods of what Crowley said in the book that he wrote, knowing it would never be published in his lifetime, intending it not to be published in his lifetime. So he's a bit more honest than he is and reflective than in a lot of his other work, while admittedly writing a hagiography, which is a biography about a saint. That's why he calls it autohagiography. The saint in Greek is hagioi, the holy. And all Christians were originally considered hagioi. My Greek pronunciation is not the best, but all Christians originally were considered saints. That's where the idea of sainthood comes from, is if you were a Christian, you were a saint. That was the idea.
Catholicism. And when he left the Golden Dawn, which he sort of did twice at least, he then founded a group called the FRC. And within that, we have Golden Dawn type rituals, but at the higher grades, for example, Adeptus Major, Adeptus Exemptus, and so forth. And those are very lengthy, more Catholic type rituals that actually require an awful lot of work to work yourself through them. But both of those come from the Golden Dawn. So Mather's really had a structure in mind. In earlier papers, he'd written that there should be a whole range of categories that one would learn magic in: preliminary, elemental, psychic, divination, magic, Enochian, and symbolic. So, for example, in the preliminary stages, one would learn correspondences, which is the big thing that I try and emphasize in my own teaching. Elemental work, which was constructing the magical tools, and we have great examples of the magical tools from, for example, Yeats, who actually, whilst being a notable poet in his own right, was also a Golden Dawn student and created his own magical items, which we still have records of. I can remember there was a time when we were doing the zodiacal rituals in Nottingham in England, and we had constructed various magical tools for that. This is going back about 30 years or so now, and we had left them in a cupboard in a theosophical hall in Nottingham. And a little while later, unbeknownst to us, a Golden Dawn related person had come to give a lecture there from America, and they had come across all of our magical tools in this little cupboard that we'd left them in the Theosophical Hall, and they believed that the Theosophists actually had some secret Golden Dawn style magical order going on inside. And that was mentioned apparently at their talk, that they were in the presence of a actual secret magical order. So it's quite nice to have been a secret magical order within a secret magical order, based on a secret magical order being talked about while someone was talking about a secret magical order. So you can see the way these things can tend to go. So you would learn correspondences, you would construct magical tools on the psychic level. According to Mathers, this is where all of the spirit vision and astral projection work comes in. Astral projection work for me is very much to do with the Theoricus grade, and we teach that in our own Order of Everlasting Day, and we teach it alongside the inner guide meditation and other visualization types of methods. So that's at the psychic level, but then we have divination, which includes astrology, geomancy, and tarot. Then we have actual core magic that a lot of people are most interested in, which includes invocations, talismans, rising on the planes, astral visions, and so forth. Then with
I got to shout out again my own YouTube membership. So I told my students I would do one Rising in the Plains class with them, because it is not easy. Even I mean, it gets easier with time, but it's not easy. So I did one full Rising in the Plains exercise, using as a reference point for the first time ever the only existing original Golden Dawn document that I think anyone has found on Rising in the Plains. It's still unpublished, this document, though I'm going to submit an article to Light Extended and hopefully give some expansion to it. And that video I decided to make available to all of you as to my YouTube membership, which has become such a huge blessing in my life and encouragement to doing all of this streaming and work, beautiful hard work. And so you can become a YouTube member and check out and don't check it out, go through it, have a ritual shower or bath, prepare yourself, sit down, put on your robe or whatever sacred clothing you wear, anoint yourself with oil, light incense, even though it's a sacrilege according to the Hermetica, and go through that whole journey. Some students who were new at the time were shocked afterwards and said to me, wow, I can't believe I kept my eyes closed that entire time. Like, that was the big accomplishment, because it's a fully astral theurgic practice, Rising in the Plains. And I simplified it a little bit, but not that much. It's an hour-long astral Rising in the Plains journey, and it's demanding, but you can do it. And I hope you do. Let me know how it goes.
In the Golden Dawn, they had Enochian teachings, which was later kicked out by BOTA when they half-inched and developed a lot of the Golden Dawn teachings. They felt, the Paul Foster case felt that Enochian was too dangerous, and so that was taken out. And within the Golden Dawn, you would go on astral journeys for specific Enochian squares, magical squares. And then there'd be a symbolic category as well, where you would analyze the rituals. You'd analyze the neophyte ritual and the construction of a particular ritual. A ritual that is very good to deconstruct in the Golden Dawn is the ritual of consecrating a talisman, because that is really on four worlds, and very plainly on four worlds through its use of colors and symbolism. And you can really see the depth of the power of a properly constructed ritual within the Golden Dawn ritual of a consecration of a talisman. The robes that
we haven't got up to where we left off yesterday. We did this a little bit yesterday. I don't get what he's saying, that like the ritual, the consecration talisman, like you can't see the formula in it. Like you can see the formula, you can, but the formula is the formula. It's the Z formula. So the best way to see the formula isn't by deconstructing a ritual, it's by reading the formula, and then you can see it very clearly in all the rituals that are based on it. And the formula is just extracted from the history of magic. It wasn't synthetically made. It was deduced from Mather's study of the grimoires. Remember, he put out his Key of Solomon translation the same year he started the Golden Dawn. Connection? Maybe.
You wear the colours of the talisman, the colours of the temple, and so forth, are all on different psychic layers, and this is done through the symbolism and the colours in the four worlds of the Tree of Life. And if you know the four worlds of the Tree of Life, if you know all of the correspondences to the colours, to the symbols, to the numbers, to the shapes on each of these four different worlds, then when you are doing the ritual, it really impacts you on all four worlds, and therefore it sets up a very powerful resonance, which is one of the metaphors, I guess, or symbols of how magic actually works, by tuning yourself to a particular resonance.
And, you know, students really wanted me to repeat that and do it often. And I said, no, like, because my job's to teach you the technique. It's not to do it for you over and over and over. That's your practice. So you learn the technique doing it once, and then you can use it to go to any of the places you could go with it. Just learn the technique and then journey on.
Resonance within the temple. And that resonance then vibrates out into your environment, into the entirety of the time-space continuum, and therefore you resonate according to one particular aspect of reality, and that aspect of reality
really like this guy.
then, in effect,
I should reach out very
manifests
soon.
in its true sense.
Oh, guess who's coming on the podcast like really soon? Guess who's coming back for round 3? Definitely one of the most requested returning guests of all time. Can you guess who? I'll see in the comments if you can guess who.
As it arises in your awareness and your reality simultaneously. And this is really one of the core teachings that's underneath everything else. And again, we come back to the beginning where I was talking about how important it is to learn both the practice and the theory in order to make this work. It cannot just be done by performing the rituals. It can have an impact, but not necessarily the one you might want, and it can have unexpected side effects if you don't also have the correspondence system on board and operating as your, in effect, bespoke brain software. When you actually then fasten that to the hardware and install
the correspondence system is a map.
Ritual, and then you power it up like the Control, Alt, and Delete of reality by invocation or evocation or divination, consecration, and so forth, then the software, the hardware, the operating system, the motherboard, everything has to be compatible, let's say, in order to get that to work. You can get it to work if it isn't, but it's going to be a bit of a strange system, and you may not always get the expected results from it.
To have Damien Eccles back on, but he's only been on once, so this is a third time returning guest. Dr. Burns, she is coming on like either this week or next for a big deep dive into Edward Kelly. Kelly, Sir Edward Kelly, won't you say a little prayer for me? Conjure spirits of the air and sea tonight. Tonight. Oh. No, we have Scott Michael Stenwick returning. Booyah! The maestro of Enochian magic, the most censored Enochian magician in the scene. He gets censored by people you'd be shocked censor anyone, but they censor him because his knowledge is deep and his wits are wily, and he's going to teach us many radical things this November in Austin and online, or no, just in Austin. It's his workshops in person only. Oh my God. And it's not sold out like Ashen Chassan's pretty much is, though we might be able to move him to a larger room and keep it a few more people in attendance. So yeah. Yeah. Do I still have an active temple? The temple I was in closed down a long time ago. I run a online school for self-initiates, and I have a physical in-person group for inner order work with the Inner Order Temple. which provides self-initiates a way to complete their journey. Because the SI books, like even Liam Thomas Christopher, though he's not Golden Dawn in his teachings, he himself may be, but his teachings aren't. The Cicero book even stops you at portal. Where do you go? So I provide a way for those people to complete their journey and become adepts and begin the adept work, even though they started their journey as self-initiates. That's what I do. Yeah. And for in-person temples in Vancouver, we got Frater Yeshi. I agreed not to step on his toes, so he's got an in-person group that doesn't have any meetings regularly in Vancouver, I think, but they do have at their temple in Victoria. Though I don't think they're admitting new people anymore. I mean, Dr. Burns and Christine Zaleski and Darcy Kuntz are in that order, but I don't know. You'd have to reach out to them, the HSGD, the Hermetic Society, the Golden Dawn, based out of Victoria, if you were interested in them. But I don't think they're doing new people. A lot of orders aren't doing new people right now, which is sort of sad, but I guess you got to train the people you have before you bring in more ones. And that's where, again, I was able to be of service because I have space. You can find my stuff at hermeticmysteryschool.com, but the direct link to my Golden Dawn training is goldendawnsselfinitiation.com or goldendawninitiation.com. I think both of those things take you to the same place. Yeah, Scott Michael Stenwick posts his workshops in the Babylon Rise. Yeah, I mean, I love Scott. I love Scott so much. I just love him to pieces. You're very welcome, Michelle. You're very welcome. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you all.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the avenues that we can explore the Golden Dawn through. In whichever version you have, you should be able to find the knowledge lectures. And these really give us the basis of the correspondences. So you should be able to learn all of this by heart. So you should know the order of the zodiac, the elements, the triplicities, and the Hebrew letters as well. And you should be able to spell the names of the Sephiroth.
None of that is actually what you need to know. What you need to know to pass out of the neophyte grade is not the first knowledge lecture. It is the 5 sentences. It's the 5 test questions the Hierophant says in the original neophyte initiation. Let me read them to you. Now, on my curriculum, I make it look like there's a 100-question test, which is like a 3-4 hour exam. And that's what most orders and temples use, is a massive 3 to 5 hour exam. And we like to think, and I had to go through that, and you have to pass with flying colors. And it really was defeated a lot of people who were not made for intense 3-hour, 4-hour written academic university style examinations. And then Frater Yekida published the original thing. And what became really obvious in this is that the Hierophant himself states what the test is to get out of the grade. And this is what I actually use, is the original test. And I'm trying to convince other temple leaders and orders to use the original test to help with their attrition rate. The Hierophant says, so this is what was removed by modern temples, this part of the initiation. They took out the part where the Hierophant tells you what your 5 questions are for the test. Right here. That's the whole test. That's what I actually use. I keep the 100-question test up to scare off people who are not serious. Because you still got to know that knowledge to become an adept, and I'm only interested in training people who want to become adepts. I'm here to train adepts. The 5 questions that you need to know to pass out a neophyte. Before you can pass on to the next higher grade of this order, you will have to make yourself perfect in the following subjects. Footnote number 240 says Palmer Thomas gives this as, before you can claim to pass to a higher grade, you will have to make yourself well acquainted with the following studies. Frater editors italics. So even if it was even debated clearly whether you had to be perfect and get 5 out of 5. So if you can't get all 5 of these questions, maybe you need to spend another month or 2 studying. Here's the test questions for the grade of neophyte from the original order, which should be used, in my opinion, by all orders today. 1, the names and alchemical symbols of the 4 elements. I think that's like a meme. You see that in memes. 2, the names, astrological symbols, and elemental attributions of the 12 signs of the zodiac. So Aries looks like that element. fire. That's it. And you go around all 12 names. Question 3. The names, astrological symbols of the 7 planets and their house, exaltation and triplicity in the zodiac. Again, pretty basic knowledge that most people have up their sleeve already. The names, 4. The names, characters, numerical values of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The names, characters, so you got to be able to draw the character, know the name, and the numerical value. The names. So Aleph 1, ox. Beit 2, house. Gimel 3, camel. Dalet 4, door. Hey 5, window. That. And then, do the whole thing. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zain, Het, Het, Yod, Kaf, Lamed, and Non. Samakam, Hey, Tzadik, Kof, Resh, Shin, Tav. And there you go. There you got it. The final question. The names and English meanings of the 10 Kabbalistic Sephiroth. Not even the tree design. You don't even need to be able to draw the tree with all its paths. You just know Keter, crown. Hakma, wisdom. Bina, understanding. Chesed, grace or mercy. Gevura, strength, power. Tiferet, beauty. Netzach, victory. Hod, splendor. Yesod, foundation. Malchut, kingdom. That's all you need to know to pass it on Neophyte, not the whole knowledge lecture.
In Hebrew, and also know the tarot correspondences. So here, if we have Kether.
What's posted, KS Moon? What's posted for free if anyone wants to see them? I missed the context. Remind me.
Which is Kaf Tau Resh. That is the wheel, the world, and the sun card. The wheel, the world, and the sun. And that gives us a great way of actually analysing then, which I've done in several of my own books on tarot, Kether as the wheel, the world, and the sun, which are the tarot cards corresponding to the 3 Hebrew letters that spell Kether or Keter, depending on how you pronounce it. And that basically tells you that the entire universe is formed of rotation, movement, i.e. the wheel, but it's all unified. There's one axle. As one mathematician said, the world is a circle whose center is everywhere, whose circumference is nowhere. That's Kaf, the wheel. Tau, which is the universe, which is matter, all time and space. And Resh, which of course is the sun, which is light.
Yeah, Scott's presentations are available on Facebook and his Al Goethi's website. Scott Michael Stenwick, get into his work, people. Get into him. It's worth it.
So the universe is time, space, and light. The wheel, the universe.
Oh yeah, you can join my Facebook group, the Golden Dawn Tradition, and find me there.
And the sun. And that's buried within the correspondence.
You do have to answer the questions and agree to the group rules, or you won't be let in by my mods. And I made mods from many different Golden Dawn orders. I have access to it. So it's not, I don't just run it as my thing. I've I've tried to make it as much representative of the tradition as possible. So Terry Burns is a moderator. I think there's moderators from like 9 different Golden Dawn groups in the Golden Dawn Tradition Facebook group, which you can join. And I did that because it's just the kind of guy I am. It's maybe it's not the smartest thing strategically for a person to do, but I don't care.
Correspondences of Kether, of the actual name of the first of the Sephiroth on the Tree of Life. And there we have the meanings of the Hebrew letters, which also give us some insight into the system of correspondences, and also some of the numerology, the value of them, that Crowley was far more into than the Golden Dawn. Crowley used to test his seers.
Frater GNR in the house. Frater GR, man. I asked you if you wanted to go see the tea party on the other night. You didn't even write me back, bro. Come on. Calling you out, baby.
Having visions for him, and he would ask for a number or give a number to a spirit that was encountered. And based on the words that corresponded to that number, through gematria, through numerology, he knew whether he was talking to the right spirit or not. Then Also, we have the Kabbalistic cross and the lesser ritual of the pentagram, or the lesser.
It's all good. I didn't really have the energy to stay out late after the show or do anything or hang out with the band. But yeah, it was a great show. Good to see. If none of you know the Tea Party, check out the Tea Party, my favorite Canadian band.
Banishing ritual, LBPR, that it's also known by. And this is one of the first things I ever learned, and other than meditation. And it's the practice that you should not only know by heart, but every time you have a nightmare, find yourself doing and waking up from whilst you're doing a pentagram. It should be ingrained into every magician's operating system, muscle memory, and everything else. And
yeah, it never hurts to visualize that sphere of white light around you, anchored by the 4 blazing white pentagrams made of divine white brilliance from Kether.
That has the 4 angels of the quarters, before
even
me
in
Raphael,
a dream
behind
or
me
nightmare.
Gabriel, at my right hand Michael, upon my left hand Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and behind me shines the 6-rayed star, which is a Kabbalistic reference. Again, Crowley has a version of this called the Star Sapphire, but I would start with this one first. Get this one under your belt, literally first. Know how to draw a pentagram, like literally from your hip to your forehead, back down to your right hip, to your left shoulder, to your right shoulder, and back down to your left hip. And then over time, you can learn how to change the direction you draw that pentagram to actually invoke and banish any of the 4 elements. So you can do a full elemental ritual just with modifications.
Yeah, so that's an interesting deep throw. I read from Zaleski that you are not fully independent from the Agro or the GD until 7-4. I mean, independent, like, again, so this is an idea that developed in the later Stella Matutina in their order. So it's an idea from within their order, right? It's an idea that never came across Rigardi's desk. So if you want to say that the Ciceros are illegitimate Golden Dawn, you can play that game. But most of us have put that way of thinking behind us. Now, if you're referring to certain rituals and things, I understand why you're saying that stuff. Now, there's limited things I can say. I certainly don't really discuss my situation, but I place value in that, but a lot of people don't. And so I try to remain open. Like, I might like that idea to be held to, but if I did hold to it myself, I'd be cutting myself off and putting myself against a lot of other groups that if you spend decades in the scene knowing these groups, you won't see them in that kind of a light, which would be necessarily as sort of fraudulent. And I don't even like talking that way. I don't even like thinking that way, because the tradition is much more than that. And it's much more than any one little thing, shall we put it that way. And as far as the nature of the egregore or the GD or the secret chiefs, I mean, you'll know when you're working in the egregore. If you and your buddies start up a Golden Dawn temple with 7 or 10 of you, or however many you got in a garage, because you got no other access to anything, and that's just what you feel called to do, 10 years later, if you're busting ass doing it with all your heart and soul, guaranteed you're probably going to be working within the egregore, whether you were linked into it or not. That's what I'll say on that. And I certainly won't I won't say more, but I do value that way of thinking. But some people would say that's because I have mine and, want to, you know what I mean? That can go real bad, real fast, that way of thinking. It can lead you into egotism, thinking, oh, I have this thing, right? I don't sign my name as 7-4 anymore because our order was never really into that, though it was a thing. But I think it's kind of silly. And I think it's kind of silly to think that one version of the tradition could change the rules for everyone else who's already been trucking along for decades. You know what I mean? But again, I discussed that fully with Nick Farrell, and I think his views on that are well balanced, actually, and wholesome, because he's not out trying to tell other groups that they're fake or illegitimate. He, in fact, would be the one saying, you should remake this stuff, remake it for your time and place, for your community, in however way makes sense. He would say invest time in developing it further. Don't just repeat some ossified edict about what is the nature of the egregore, how you contact the archangel Raphael, who Mathers and Westcott called Frater Luxi Tenebris, so that members thought that the angel that was guiding them was a real person. You know, Jorge in the house. To me, the knowledge and the questions are not as necessary as the daily. Yeah, well said. Like a true other adept trained by Rigardi's girlfriend, Chris Monastre, the great Chris Monastre, trained in the same temple as Donald Michael Craig and David Griffin. That's who Unknown Philosopher is. And I think he has a very healthy, I think you have a very healthy point of view of this. If you really do the work that Ruas Kantai, yeah. I don't want to spoil too much, man, when it comes to that stuff, because it's so fun to find out. After you've tatwas, you'll see them. I mean, if you do a lot of tatwas, I think, or maybe not. I mean, there's so much to say, but again, we do like to keep some things and ideas for initiates, because otherwise it's just the public wanting to speculate and gather data and information. If you were here for the first 2 hours of the show today, you know the dangers that lie that way.
To the way you draw the pentagram, but that's for a bit later on.
I know I'm being vague, but it's for a good reason.
Teachings on the pillars, which are quite interesting. And then it goes on to the second knowledge lecture, which has a lot on alchemy to learn. But again, unless you're really applying it, it's a bit empty. So as well as learning any of this, like
for example, so if you took a hard line on this, a really hard line, a dogmatic line on this, then yeah, orders like the Cicero and tons of other orders would be completely illegitimate. And it's such a stupid way to think. To say to even begin to contemplate that way is ridiculous. I was talking about a Golden Dawn order here in Vancouver, in BC, right? I already mentioned it. But what if the head of that order never went through a single initiation? Would I agree with that? Not really. Are we still cool? Hopefully. Are they still doing good work and bringing others to a place where they can follow the path? I think so. So that's what matters. And at a certain point, the rubber meets the road. And that's what Evelyn Underhill was talking about in the first part of this book. The true work.
The names of the Green Lion or the Black Dragon. Get a decent book, for example, that I recommended in one of the videos talking about alchemy, for example, the Golden Game, and then take a look at some of the symbols in here, meditate on them with the knowledge lectures of the Golden Dawn, so that you're learning the symbolism and what this might actually signify in mystical experience and spiritual practice, and also to some extent magic. Then what else?
Oh, I thought of another thing, Deep Throat. Here's another problem. If we push this line too hard, people will stop pursuing the Golden Dawn tradition, and they'll start just speciating from it, taking our stuff, mix and matching it, muddling it up, and doing their own thing. And that's the last thing we want. We love the tradition as it is and think that there's a lot of value in the tradition. And if we take that a really hard line on that idea, then we end up with just probably cacophony in the future, rather than a cogent tradition that withstands the test of time. So yeah, so there's got to be a gray area. And again, the work proves itself. I think that really is what it comes down to, because the Golden Dawn is not the be all and end all. The Golden Dawn's a Hermetic order. It's a way of following the way of Hermes. And it's a really beautiful way of systematizing what David Litwa has presented for the first time as a sort of as the system of initiation through the Hermetica. And that's where the rubber hits the road. That's what the real deal is. Whether you are a Martinist or a Golden Dawner or any other tradition, Freemason, whatever, if you're doing the Hermetic thing, that's what matters, not the window dressing, not the passwords and the particular order or temple you're in. It's the way of Hermes that we follow if we're following the Hermetic tradition.
So the next thing to really do is to learn the Tree of Life, and there's a lot on color symbolism in the Golden Dawn. But I'm just trying to find the introduction to the neophyte ceremony. Now, it's really important to read and learn the neophyte ceremony in terms of its structure. So there's a whole lot of information here about the structure, why it's that way, why it's laid out, why the...
And like in 5-6, like you spend the whole first year or two studying the crap out of that. You study it so much. We would just go to the cafe after the temple was done for the night. I mean, 11, 12 at night, we'd go to the cafe, study till sunrise, just back and forth, dialoguing, drinking coffee, and discussing these things when we had time to do this sort of study as adepts. And we'd bring along like my sister or other lower grade members, and we'd all hang out and talk theory and talk practice till sunrise, and then get a few hours sleep before the temple reopened again the next day, or we had to go to work or class or whatever we did in our mundane lives.
Particular teachings are given and what they signify. To some extent, some of it is hidden slightly for later, but learning the tree of life, learning the correspondences, learning the tarot, and looking at the neophyte ritual, I think is really important.
I don't know about you, but I take comfort in that.
It says in a temple, even if you never really experience a neophyte ritual within a Golden Dawn temple, you can see here that it's two triangles. And those two triangles, when these officers move around the temple, around the candida, as you walk through this, you don't know, but everyone else does, if they know the symbolism, when these two triangles come together with you in front of the altar, then they form a hexagram, which is really important because that symbolizes yourself. It symbolizes Tiferet in the system. There are also various signs to learn.
On just what he referenced, I could easily write an entire paper. That's an entire paper in itself, just that one point. And he reduced it well to the point he made. But as an example, there's so much going on there. It's really fun to explore and exegete.
And so forth, but really understanding, as it says here, the basic structure of the ceremonies is important, because that is the thing that the Golden Dawn failed to teach when it collapsed, is the linking between your experience within a ritual and the knowledge. It's no use just picking up a ritual and trying to do it unless you have all of these correspondences, like here it says, the tarot card of the sun would be placed on the altar here. It wouldn't be a tarot card, it would be a picture about yay big, because the Golden Dawn never produced a tarot deck, strangely enough, and we'll look at that in a separate...
Yeah, Yates didn't tell Waite and Pixie Smith, his fellow adepts, his idea for a tarot deck they could produce out of the Golden Dawn system at all, and they didn't make it and call it the Rider-Waite deck. They didn't do that. None of that happened. I mean, it's not the symbolism we explicitly use in all the initiation trumps, but that is the Golden Dawn tarot deck, even though it's based on Yates's suggestion of the Welsh Grail myths and uses Irish mythological symbols on the altar of the picture of the magician card instead of the Golden Dawn tools. Yeah, because they still need to keep that secret. And they're like, well, we can still create a tarot deck that comes out of our adepts' knowledge and imagination and art. So that I think it's safe to say the Rider-Waite tarot deck is a Golden Dawn tarot deck. It's certainly not any other kind of tarot deck.
Video on the Golden Dawn system.
We just have a lot more different Golden Dawn tarot decks today.
There is another section,
the definitive one coming out by Frater Yekida very soon,
called The Formula of the Magic, The Formula of the Magic of Light, an introduction to the practical working of the Z2 formula.
Well, I guess if you say it's not true to Book T, sure, but it's made by Golden Dawn people for Golden Dawn people to use. So that's why I say it's as much they produced a Golden Dawn tarot deck. I think it's fair to say that, right? They're like, hey, what if we made a tarot deck? Oh, and then they didn't make one. Then they didn't do it, but they did it. They made one. They made it for everyone.
This is another breakdown of one of the rituals, of the neophyte ritual. And it tells you all of the bits of it and what's going on, the evocations and so forth. So consecration of talismans, that is a really useful ritual to look at because it tells you what you need to know in order to do it. And these breakdowns are really important. There is then a load of other stuff.
Well, here's the thing. Those rituals, those really long rituals are Rigardi's rituals based for the most part on the Z formula. So these really long ones, that's what Rigardi's criticized for doing, is not understanding it because he didn't stick around to get trained really. So he created these long drawn out rituals. And that's what I've heard people, again, the handful of people who I look to for learning, their criticism, Zaleski, all these guys, all the Fuller, Zaleski, all of them, their criticism is that Rigardi created these ultra long complex rituals unnecessarily because he didn't understand the ZID formula and how simple it can be. That's the critique. I'm staying out of that debate, but I definitely can say when I look at old Golden Dawn rituals, especially unpublished ones, they're extremely simple.
But I would go then towards the back of this and really look at book T, because this is where I've been teaching tarot for the last 35 years or so, is because it's the basic language of all of this stuff. So I knew I'd have to spend a few decades teaching.
Well, that's a hard thing to hear. Michelle, I don't know if you're a male Michelle or female Michelle. I think you're a male Michelle because I think that's what the French spelling is for male Michelle. Michael. Yeah, I know. I wanted a family too, but my order couldn't. Your order can't be your family. It can't be. Your family has to be your family. And it sucks if you don't have family. Trust me, I feel you. And I think family is the most important thing in life. So I wish you the best, and may we all create our own if we don't have any left at some point in this world. And spiritual family is a thing, but be careful not to conflate that with a group of human beings who are not related to you by blood and don't necessarily have that kind of investment that your actual family could have. But then again, for those of us thrown away by our families, what else do we have other than to create our own or find a surrogate one? So the struggle is real, and you have my entire heart and soul with you in that crisis of wanting family. Yeah, well, maybe the invisibility ritual is a real Golden Dawn ritual. I don't actually know which of the rituals in Rigardi's Golden Dawn are ones that he made up or that he created as an adept must based on the understanding of the Zed docs, and which ones predate Rigardi and that he published that he got from other people. I don't know the difference. That's a question for Yekida or Dr. Fuller or even maybe Zaleski or Farrell, though I don't think they would even know. You'd need to go to a hardcore scholar, which would be Yekida. Now that Sam Scarborough's gone, fuck, what a loss. I mean, love him or hate him. I was definitely bounced between the two, given how he treated me. But, the guy knew his shit and cared about preserving an understanding of the history of interpretation and the history of the variations within our tradition, as even down to the very minutia. 2 Corinthians 9:3. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know that one. Oh, Brittany Michelle. All right. Yeah. I mean, my advice is create a family, but you can find friendship. Friendship is a good thing. You're morbidly. You're not a polygamist, but I'd love having permission to pretend you are one. That would be awesome. But I'd be like, this is Jorge, my polygamous Mormon buddy. Big love, man. Did Steiner give him the middle pillar? No, the middle pillar comes from the Philosophist grade papers and Portal, kind of. And then Rigardi ran with that and created a whole book on it. And that's where that comes from. Steiner was not into the Golden Dawn methodology at all. He probably had such a bad taste in his mouth from the original Kellner's OTO that when he discovered all the sex magic stuff and just got repelled and was like, ew, ew, ew. I need the Jimmy Fallon ew meme. That's what I need. Regarding Jupiter Talisman ceremonies, various. Oh yeah, I loved that. Was one of my favorite things when I was a new adept. Was the day that we, or the month in which we prepped and did that Jupiter Talisman ceremony. We also did another amulet ceremony. We differentiated in our order between talismans and amulets. It was very interesting. I think that we practiced this weird idea that talisman had a distinct ending time after which it was destroyed or burned or whatever, depending on the talisman, and that an amulet was for ongoing use. But I realized, of course, as I got older, that that was a new idea that just existed within our group. But yet whatever the conceptions were around it, the practice and the tools that we created were some of the most powerful tools that I mean, it falls into the category of things I thought that were too supernaturalistic seeming to ever actually occur, but did occur and turned out to be very real. Oh, thank you, Deep Throat. I'm glad you enjoy the show. I am doing my best here. And yeah, got tons of more content on the channel. If you can become a channel member or join for free, you can join the Hermetic Mystery School and get access to free stuff. The Arcane Research Society, ARS, now it has a free membership thing. So you just become a member and then you subscribe, register for the year's events to join the events. But there's some free stuff there too. And I've made PD Newman's lectures from the last 2 years on the Arcane Research Society publicly viewable so that his third lecture this November makes sense to everyone in the sequence of his research, which is very interesting. It's on DMT as the Philosopher's Stone. Very interesting stuff. To 2 women Mormon, crazy Mormons. I'm gonna have to come to Utah and visit you at some point, brother. You can show me all the Mormon secrets.
Tarot in order to get candidates ready for then knowing. It's a bit like learning a language, and then you take people to the place, you know, it's like learning French and then going to Paris. There's a big difference between just sitting in a classroom learning French and actually going around Paris being able to speak French. And so the tarot is our French, and the upper reaches of your mystical state are Paris, if I may pull that metaphor out a little bit. So what we have here is the language that you need in order to then explore and experience all of the other grades of the Tree of Life and be able to hold all of that teaching in some constructive way, some way that you can actually apply to your everyday life and not just.
I mean, I'd love to see Justin again. Yeah. I don't know. I might be not a Marxist enough for him, man. That's just the deal.
Just have in the back of your head. It's really important to be able to apply this to your everyday life and experience. So all of the stuff here, I wouldn't necessarily go all the way into the tarot as it applies to the northern and southern hemispheres, unless you're really fascinated by that. Then there's a load of stuff about Enochian at the back, and again, I'd leave that until later. So really looking at the neophyte ritual, looking at its structure, looking at the correspondences, learning tarot, learning the names of the Tree of Life, it all sounds a bit dull and boring and a bit meaningless, but I can assure you, when you can look at, for example, the word Malkuth and immediately have the tarot cards starting with the Hanged Man and Justice, the Hierophant and so forth along that, and then sort of think, well, the Hebrew letters are interesting because Mem is water, Lamed is an ox goad, like a whip or goad that you'd use, Kaf is the palm of the hand, Vow is a nail, and Tau is a cross. And that's the word Malkuth, meaning kingdom in Hebrew. It always has been since the language was around. And isn't it a bit odd that the letters seem to also be quite symbolic, that there's a hand, a nail, a cross,
Well, no, the letters are
water
words.
being splashed.
Maim.
That's a bit odd that the basic
Mem is maim.
mythic core of Christianity and other religions of sacrifice, it's actually embedded in the word Malkuth. And that's a little bit strange. That's
I love the English pronunciations of the words.
That doesn't really have an explanation, but perhaps it has this idea of resonance to it. So there are a lot of secrets within this, within your own experience, that you can have whilst investigating the Golden Dawn system. Do you need to be initiated? Do you need to join a formal order? I have been in passing parts of groups of occultists, and I would just refer to one experience that I had where...
Interesting question. Malkuth. Question from Deep Throat. Yeah, you said you remember. What I'm curious what you remember of. GD? What GD? Is the Cicero self-initiation to actually perform safe since the individual is not an adept but doing adept work? It's the way of Hermes. It's the Hermetic path. And the reason the Ciceros called it self-initiation in the Golden Dawn tradition was because they wanted people to know that you can't self-initiate in the Golden Dawn, just like you can't self-initiate into Freemasonry by reading Pike in your bedroom, just like you can't forgive the crassness, lose your virginity by having a wank with a fleshlight or whatever your cup of tea is. It's just a categorical fallacy there. So yeah, you haven't gone through the neophyte ceremony, but you can still use the Golden Dawn tradition to initiate in the way of Hermes, and that is a valid thing. And the Ciceros certainly think it's a valid thing, or they wouldn't have written a book on it. So we generally accept that to be a valid form of initiation. Have you been, but it doesn't replace the ceremonies. But can you still become an adept? Absolutely. You can still become an adept of the mysteries that way. Absolutely. That's why I'm willing to take people through that training, through that self-initiatory journey, and then initiate them as adepts in person with, takes 3 adepts to make it a new adept. So it's me and 2 other adepts that have to say, yes, you are fully tested. All adepts can test a candidate. Everyone gets to ask them their questions and make sure and test them in any way they want, including making them do rituals and demonstrating their abilities, and then bring them into the inner order. They're 2 separate orders. They're not one order. They're separate entities and separate but related traditions. Jorge says they just read at the temple and it will be open. Oh, cool. I'd love to see a crazy Mormon temple. Sorry, I don't mean crazy. You know what I mean. I love that stuff. I love Big Love. That show was great.
I was attending in London a talk on the 100th anniversary, and then I think there was the 120th anniversary, and I attended both of them in London, and I think I gave a talk at the second one, but I don't recall. It was quite a while ago now. And I was at
an old
pub,
school
one
GD
of the
guy.
Famous London pubs near the British Museum.
I love it.
The hunt of occultists for all time, and talking with a group of people. And some of the people got up from the table and walked off. And the one remaining person at the table looked across at me and very seriously said, "I'm an Adeptus Major. What are you?" And I think my answer, if I'd have given one at the time, because I was a bit dumbfounded, would have been bemused, because it just seemed really odd that these grades, this teaching, had been reduced to...
Tell me you're not an Adeptus Major by telling me you're an Adeptus Major.
A label, in effect, a status, a symbol of progression, not necessarily being related to any actual progression through the initiation system, through mystical experience.
The main initiation in the Golden Dawn, even according to Fade Ra, the last Golden Dawn temple, is 5-6. That's the magical initiation that everything leads up to and that nothing tops thereafter. Everything after that's just a mystical experience, mystical ceremony. Do I do that stuff? Yeah, and I definitely want to do that more. And one of my goals with my students is to take them through all the initiations all the way, because the Golden Dawn had initiations in the Stella Matina up to Absissimus. And throughout the rest of my life, I would love to do that with my people. But many of the greatest adepts refuse to go higher than 5-6, saying it's just a mystical experience, which we can have anyway. Because once you're in 5-6, you have access to the whole 3. And honestly, you have access to the whole 3 before that. Just, it's just Just a thing. Yeah, occultology nailed it. I'm a 16th level wizard and 2nd level archmage. Yeah. Again, this is why I'm glad that we are talking about all this after doing what we just did with Evelyn Underhill, Practical Mysticism, and The Column of Dust, her novel about her time in the GD. This really dovetails well, because what we did in the first 2 hours puts all of this into really clear context, I think, as to what we really need to, what really matters.
Through spiritual experience, through magical events and experience. So that's what I look for and used to look for in magical orders, until I realized I'd have to, and got sort of cajoled slightly into setting up the Order of Everlasting Day, that is basically the vehicle for all of the experience that I think I have, that I...
See, he's doing what Nick Farrell says people should do. Like, get trained, go through a system, and then, you know, maybe you want to do your own thing. Maybe you want to continue that tradition that you were trained in, or not. Maybe you want to take it a slightly different direction. Obviously, with my Celtic Mysteries work, I'm taking what I've learned in the summation of my life through the work of Yeats into a whole new thing. But what I do in the Golden Dawn is I look back a lot across the whole tradition and really try and draw out what I think is missing in the modern Golden Dawn milieu from that original system, and have set that into dialogue and practice with the modern developments that have been valuable and shouldn't be ignored. Jorge says, I wrote my own 6.5. I was pooking Scarborough to teach. Yeah, sure, exactly. I mean, God, that's a whole other stream. It's a whole other podcast on its own. That stuff. KS Moon, I'm so enlightened that numbers don't exist here. I know. I hung out with you in Austin. I know how you achieve enlightenment. And I gave your methods of enlightenment, all 7 remaining of them, to Mrs. Louvre.
Like to teach and like to share with other
grateful.
People. So if you want to experience some of this stuff, then we have the Crucible Club that's set up for that. It's a 1-year self-study, and that is our year and a day gateway to then apply to join the Order of Everlasting Day, where there's a small group of us who do this work all of the time. We practice occultism on a literal daily basis in our everyday.
Jason Louv's 3-hour workshop this past event at the ARS workshops, which will continue every April or May in Austin as MagicCon. We're doing an annual event in Austin now called MagicCon. EnokiaCon's also there this year in November, but in 2027, EnokiaCon goes to Prague, and then the year after that, we might be able to do it Boleskine, but probably we'll just take a year off EnokiaCon and just do MagicCon for 2027, so that I can have a little break and finish a couple books, get those out there, because they're overdue by about a decade or so.
Life, we share our experiences and so forth in a slightly non-hierarchical, networked manner. But there are...
Oh, and you can still experience those workshops. I'm editing both 4K camera angles for each presentation right now, professional audio. They're going to look great. You can go to enokiacon.com and register and become a member. And if you are new and just jumped on the stream while I run to the loo, here's a bit of information about what's happening. Check out those workshops. They'll be up this month and then November. Hooah! I found my earbuds. Let's make sure they're working. Yeah. Yep. Like and subscribe. Share the show on every crazy Facebook group you're in. Thank you very much for being here. Let's keep the fun times rolling.
Different versions of the Golden Dawn. There are groups like AMORC and BOTA and a lot of other acronymed groups like the OTO, which is the thelemic side of things. Again, I would always just talk to people who are already members if you can. I would go to any actual face-to-face meetings if you can. I would get to know people on social media, of course, which you can now do, and just really weigh up whether that speaks to you or not, whether you're aware of some of the more negative aspects of particular groups, not from outside, because obviously there's a lot of noise and chatter that goes on between groups and people politics and all of this sort of thing. Some groups have long histories against each other, with each other. They used to be with each other, but now they've splintered, and so forth and so forth. So despite the very few people that are involved quite often, then there can be a lot more history than might otherwise appear to be generated from just a few people. So if there's more history and more infighting, or what you might call people politics in a group than actual teaching, then that's probably a bad sign, I would suggest to you. Okay then, so yeah, I hope you have taken a brief tour in the Golden Dawn. As ever, I think it's less important that I brain dump a load of stuff to you, which you can find in a book anyway, or online anyway. It's far better if I tell you where I would see the inroads, and also where I can give you an opportunity to ask questions. My main thing within esotericism is people are best served by their questions, and we can do a lot with questions. So please do ask questions down below. I'm more than happy to try and answer them if I can from what my experience is. Okay, so again, I open the floor to your questions, and I look forward to seeing you in another video in this or my several other series that I've got running at the moment here on YouTube. Thanks a lot, and as ever, the worker is hidden in the workshop.
All right, that was great. I mean, yeah, he's not up to date on recent developments, and that's okay. He's doing his thing from the perspective and place of 45 years experience that he has in this tradition, and that should always be respected. And not everyone needs to keep up with scholarly debates about the cipher manuscripts. Yeah. Any last questions or thoughts? I hope you can become a channel member, or you can donate channel memberships to people down below, and donate super chats or anything. Helps the show, helps the channel, helps me keep doing this every day for hours on end. And I'll bring more exciting stuff. If you got value out of all of this, then please show your love and support. And it's been a blast. Yeah, I don't know what we'll do next, but I like the sort of Crowley Golden Dawn history, reading from his autobiography thing to illuminate what Crowley actually said about the history. And I'm still looking for the court documents that I've been promising to read out with funny accents for ages about Crowley's lawsuit with Mathers, but I still haven't found that book somewhere hidden in my home. It's not a big place, but it's still, that makes it even easier to lose things. I mean, if we're all having fun, let me know in the comments if you're having fun. We could, in theory, maybe check out if I think I have a couple other short little things, tidbits. I have a whole folder of videos that I want to review. Let's see what the shorter ones are. Is this one? That one's sort of, that's a short one. I wonder how long that is. What is this one? Did we review this one?
Hey everyone, welcome back. Ready to dive into a world of, well, hidden symbols and all that good stuff? Secret societies.
Always up for a good mystery.
Well, today we're going deep, really deep into a chapter of Western occultism that I think you'll find pretty fascinating. We're going to be uncovering the story of
I'm
MacGregor
fascinated.
Mathers.
Mathers, a name that echoes through the history of magic.
Exactly, but I bet there's a lot about him that even seasoned occultists might not know. And to really unlock this story, we're going to be using a source that's considered essential for understanding the inner workings of, well, one of the most famous occult groups ever, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
You mean the pasted text, right?
Yeah, you got it. That's our decoder ring for this deep dive. Now, even if you're just dipping your toes into the world of esotericism, you've probably bumped into the Golden Dawn in some form or another, even if it's just like a fleeting reference.
It does.
I am a golden god! I am a golden god!
Story of the Golden Dawn. And Mathers.
Oh, Golden Dawn. They said Golden Dawn. My mistake.
Role in it. Way more interesting than any fictional account. Trust me.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a second.
Yeah.
Where do we even begin with a figure like MacGregor Mathers?
Oh, I
Well, why don't
love
we
that
start
they
with-
said way better than a fictional account. Have you noticed that all the references in movies, like they had a recent multiple shows featuring the Golden Dawn, and they're like these weird witchy covens. It's like, what are you doing, man? Even in the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes sequel where they had the Golden Dawn, it's like, yo, we have so much historical knowledge on this stuff. Why don't you show it how it was? Even you can dramatize it, make it demonic, make it angelic, whatever you want to do with it, but like give some actual facts, because the facts are way more interesting than your feelings and made up fluff.
His name. Born Samuel Liddell Mathers in good old London back in 1854. But later on, he decides to adopt the, well, shall we say, more theatrical MacGregor.
MacGregor.
Well, that's a great diss name for the Golden Dawn. The Golden Yawn. Oh, I was in the Golden Yawn for some years, but what can I say? I just couldn't get past memorizing the Hebrew alphabet because, what a yawn to have to memorize weird letters from some tribal culture. It's like...
It does have a certain ring to it, doesn't it? Like he's assuming a magical mantle.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like, was he drawn to this idea of a hidden lineage? Trying to craft an image, maybe.
Right. No, so he wasn't, right? He just created a magical system and he was so proud of it. He showed Westcott, and Westcott's like, let me see this. Makes notes, gives them to his buddy to cipher, and then shows Mathers, look at this cipher manuscript we had made on your massive system of teachings and rituals. I made a cipher. And then we can use this to pretend like you didn't do all the hard work that you did, and that we just found this and I found it and gave it to you. And then you fabricated years of work in 6 months to create the whole system, 9 months or whatever. Again, Dr. Fuller presents this fully in Frater Yekida's brilliant series of journals, The Light Extended, from Cherubim Press. Shout out to my family's hometown of Dublin, Ireland. Ballyaclia Abu.
Break free from those stuffy Victorian conventions. And speaking of breaking conventions, picture Victorian London, right?
Lol top
Yeah,
hats and
toilet
tight
fix.
corsets.
Exactly. And here's Mathers, a vegetarian.
Quite a statement in an era when meat was king.
It wasn't just about diet, though. The guy actively campaigned against animal cruelty in a time when that was practically
He was
unheard
just
of. He even refused
preparing
to smoke.
for that Lone
Talk
Star
about a
tick.
rebel.
He certainly went against the grain. It speaks volumes about his independent spirit.
He was drawn to the unconventional, even from an early age.
What do you guys think?
what
Are
do you
these
say?
AI
Absolutely.
voices?
And that fascination
think?
with what lay beyond the ordinary, it extended to, well, practically every aspect of his life.
You're right. And this is where things get really interesting, because you have Mathers with this fascination with, well, the mystical on one hand, and then on the other hand, the military.
An intriguing juxtaposition. On one side, he's poring over ancient grimoires, trying to decipher the secrets of ceremonial magic. And on the other, he's engrossed in military manuals. It's as if he saw a connection between commanding spirits and commanding armies.
You know, it's funny you should say that, because you're right. It's like he saw a through line between the two.
And, it's not entirely out of place for the time. The Victorians were obsessed with knowledge, with classifying it, systematizing it, whether it was through scientific exploration or digging through ancient texts.
That's a great point. It's like Mathers.
I think these are AI voices too, don't you? What do you think? I think they're AI voices as well. But, it wasn't the Victorians. It was structuralism. Structuralism was a thing back then, and it led to the development of awesome disciplines and fields of study like linguistics. You know, Claude Lévi-Strauss, the great anthropologist, a great structuralist. Golden Bough, James George Fraser. You can knock it if you want. I know they all do knock it these days, the academics, but like, sure, maybe his agenda was flawed, but the research and breadth of his study was fucking bombastic. It was amazing. It's like, yeah, I get the flaw in the argument, but when it comes to what James George Fraser did, what can we say to that?
Embodied that duality perfectly. Now, we can't talk about Mathers without mentioning his equally fascinating wife, Moyna. And she wasn't just any Victorian lady. She was the sister of Henri Bergson, the philosopher.
Oh, wow. Their family dinners must have been something else.
Right. Talk about an intellectual powerhouse. But dabbling in Freemasonry, joins the Hengist Lodge, if you want to be specific.
Not just dabbling. He quickly rose through the ranks.
Yes, absolutely right. But Mathers, well, he wasn't one to be tied down to just one secret society, so naturally he ends up crossing paths with the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, or SRIA if you want to keep things brief.
The SRIA. Now, there's a group with its own fascinating history.
Tell me about it. It's like Mathers had a...
Oh, good. I muted. Yeah, GR said it right. Yeah, his conclusions are kind of bananas, but the research, Jesus, the research. This is the research. It's amazing. It's amazing. I just got a new hardcover because my old soft cover that I bought in Ashland, Oregon in '94 is gone. And I found a hardcover in Austin for $30 or $20 or $10. So it's got a $150 US book haul that would have cost close to $1,000 in Vancouver if I found them at McLeod's Books or wherever.
For finding himself at the heart of these groups that were seeking, well, hidden knowledge, ancient traditions, that sort of thing.
The SRIA, they claimed a lineage going all the way back to, well,
The
you guessed it,
SIRA.
medieval Rosicrucianism.
The promise of unlocking...
Yeah, the SRA comes out of the OGR in Germany, and before that, the manifestos. But Rosicrucianism. We have a presentation at this year's EnochiaCon by none other than Ronnie Pontiac, the protege research assistant and co-teacher with Manly P. Hall, and his new book, The Rosicrucian Counterculture, is out now. Check it out and attend his lecture. This November in Austin or online at arcaneresearchsociety.com. Go to enochiacon.com, blah, 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 blah.
Some ancient wisdom. It's no wonder Mathers was drawn to them.
It attracted people from all walks of life. Artists, scholars, even a few folks who, like Mathers, were already involved in Freemasonry.
It's like they were all looking for something more, something beyond the...
But most interestingly, attracted Anglo-Catholic clergy, priests. It attracted priests and bishops. Even a Catholic priest apparently was in it. And you can read about that in Anglo-Catholic Clergy in the Golden Dawn by Dr. Fuller, the #1 book on Golden Dawn history.
Every day.
And the SRIA seemed to offer that.
So, don't leave me hanging.
Well, like many groups with their share of secrets and, let's be honest, big personalities.
Dude, AI,
the
they're so
SRIA
cooked.
had its fair share of.
Hmm.
Let's call them internal disagreements.
So drama followed Mathers wherever he went.
You could say that. It's like he was destined to shake things up, to leave his mark, no matter where he landed. And nowhere is that more evident than in his role in the most legendary occult organization of the time, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
And that, my friends, is a story for part 2 of our deep dive. So, the Golden Dawn, huh? Not just another club for Victorian folks with a bit too much time on their hands, right?
Oh, definitely not. It was tapping into something much deeper, a real hunger for, like, spiritual exploration, a system of knowledge that people believed could unlock something hidden within them. It was potent stuff.
And Mathers, well, he wasn't just content to be a member, was he?
No, not at all. He wanted to shape it, to mold it in his own image.
He eventually takes over, becomes the leader, even moves the headquarters to Paris.
He founded it.
It adds a whole other dimension,
Oh my God,
doesn't it?
this is
air
bad.
of mystique.
Oh my God.
A secret society steeped in ancient symbols, operating from one of the most romantic cities in the world.
Right, it's like something out of a novel. And the people he drew into the Golden Dawn's orbit, we're talking some serious heavy hitters. Florence Farr, the actress, Yeats, the poet.
Maud Gonne, the revolutionary.
Oh.
Leave me alone! Ah!
It's about dabbling in magic. It was the structure, the system. You didn't just join. You ascended.
This
each
video is
grade,
doing my
each
head
level
in. Should we
unlocked deeper
quit it?
teachings,
I think we
practices
should
that had
quit it.
supposedly been passed down for centuries.
So there was this real sense of progression, of uncovering hidden knowledge, both within yourself and the universe. It almost sounds like an academic pursuit, but with a good dose of ritual and symbolism thrown in.
Exactly. It was that blend of intellectual rigor and spiritual practice that made it so compelling. But of course, whenever you have a group that shrouds itself in secrecy.
Yeah, this is garbage. Let's stop this. This is painful garbage. Remove. What's this? Let's check this out. Did we do this before? Did we ever look at this one?
Founded in London in 1888 and open to women and men, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn entirely reshaped Western occultism. Its primary goal was advancing humans' philosophical, spiritual, and psychic development, or as set in self-initiation into the Golden Dawn, quote, to undertake consciously and deliberately that which was ordained as the birthright to all humanity, to become more than human, unquote. Being a complex synthesis of approaches, the Golden Dawn was created by Freemasons, Kabbalists, and Rosicrucians. Before getting into them, consider subscribing to my channel and newsletter if you find the content valuable and entertaining. Check my books such as my products on Gumroad and Etsy. Also, feel free to support me using the provided in the description links. By supporting me, you also help my work, keeping me improving and growing as a creator. Founders. The Golden Dawn was created by three men, William Wynne Westcott, Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, and William Robert.
And so it really is interesting that most of the members were very clear that it was Mathers. Like, that's what we know is that, like, and I'm not taking a side amongst these people. Like, I appreciate all the contributions everyone made up until present day. But for a long time, it was characterized that Westcott was the driving force behind it. And we just know that wasn't true now. He was a major force, of course, but like Mathers created the system. Everyone said so. When the order was splitting apart into new groups, that's one thing everyone said. They're like, yeah, well, Mathers made this system. So, you know, they just knew that because it was true and they knew him and were there.
Woodman. William Wynne Westcott. Being a prominent researcher, Westcott was the leading figure in founding the Golden Dawn. Heavily involved as a Freemason and Rosicrucian, he was also crown coroner with a medical degree and the founder of the Theosophical Lodge at Delphi in London. Westcott held the position of Supreme Magus in Societas Rosicruciana Anglia SRIA. The last is a Rosicrucian society strictly for Master Masons, the highest Masonic degree. A genuine Renaissance person, Westcott contributed to building the Golden Dawn in various ways, and that included translating ancient magical texts that eventually became the whole system's basis. William Robert Woodman. Highly versed in the craft of Freemasonry, Woodman contributed with a deep understanding of esotericism, mysticism, and ceremonial magic. And this is important as the Golden Dawn inherited much of its structure and hierarchy from Freemasonry. Along with this, he also had a medical background and was quite of a polymath considering his fascination with gardening. According to some sources, Woodman's medical knowledge contributed to the emphasis on developing the aspirant's spiritual health and well-being. Woodman also held the title of Supreme Magus in SRIA, and before his death he left a letter announcing Westcott as his successor. Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers.
And some people think that Westcott included Woodman in the Golden Dawn because he was vying for the position of Supreme Magus. And Mackenzie apparently didn't really like Westcott.
Being very proficient in Latin and Hebrew, MacGregor Mathers played a crucial role as a chief adept and translator and compiler. An example of his work was translating the Book of Abramelin the Mage. Arguably the most prominent grimoire on obtaining knowledge and conversation, the same became a central text to the Golden Dawn. Besides that, Matters was responsible.
I mean, I think we have a better grimoire when it comes to that sort of thing. I think it's the Hermetica, but call me crazy.
For the order's curriculum, including techniques, ceremonies, etc. As discussed later, he adapted and integrated elements from already existing approaches, and that, according to many, is precisely what makes the system so ingenious and powerful.
Syncretic, not synthetic.
When founded, the Golden Dawn was initially referred to as the Esoteric Order of the Golden Dawn, Hermetic Students of the Golden Dawn, and Hermetic
He's
Society
almost
of the
right on
Golden
this
Dawn.
stuff.
It is
There's
said
more
that
to
Israel regarded
those
his
names.
publications on the Tree of Five, such as the Order's teachings and practices, popularized the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn name. On the contrary, there are now active temples using older names, and an example is the Arrakis temple in Arawant called the Hermetic Society of the Golden Dawn. Original members. Some of Golden Dawn's original members included Florence Farr, Alistair Crowley, Moina Matters, Arthur Macken, Evelyn Underhill, Arthur Waite, William Butler Yeats, and...
That's really interesting, Jorge. Yeah, that's crazy that Griffin's guys... See, so I just shared a hotel room with one of Griffin's adepts who runs the Vegas temple. Steve, I love you, Steve. Man, what a great guy. I'm so good. I'm so close to so many of Griffin's members. Just because the guy broke into my home 20 plus years ago and interrupted initiation and then tried to curse us and assaulted our sentinel, despite the fact she's carrying a 6-foot claymore or 5-foot claymore. You know, I got issues with the guy. He owes us a public apology, but I never hold a group's leader against its members because that's ridiculous. You know, it's like, oh, I think the Pope is gross, so I'm going to hate all Catholics. That's silly. Yeah, so if his goons came after you because of what you said, I mean, again, that's something that I'll mention it to the 2 different temple chiefs I'm friends with and be like, hey, man, you know, you guys want to have this good rep, but you gotta earn it. And you know, one of them said to me, like, you know, we don't like how Griffin advertises us. The membership doesn't like that generally. But, you know, I pointed out, look, all these old guys, they're going to be gone soon. And we'll probably miss them because then we're the old guys. And then we're stuck with archives and memories and history to lean on instead of people who actually are older than us and know more than us. So, you know, let's try to appreciate the people we have. Ignore the douchebags and focus on the good people that might come through those. You know, yeah, you can't hold leaders against their members because there's great people out there, and you don't want to miss out on great people. It's not worth it.
Others. The Alpha and Omega also had Dion Fortune and her teacher, Maya Curtis Webb. And later, the Order and his practices also fascinated rock stars like Jimmy Page. School, not religion. Though using religious concepts and imagery, the Golden Dawn system is not a religion. Instead, these are mostly metaphors and symbols for characteristics and forces in one's life. Given that Golden Dawn orders function like schools, in such schools, students master different occult sciences, Western philosophy, alchemy, and different forms of magic. Studying the Golden Dawn. Theory. Studying the Golden Dawn has 2 main aspects. The first is memorizing and grasping the language of magic. Being the one the subconscious understands, that is symbolism and correspondences, namely how they attribute to the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, the central schema of the Golden Dawn and the whole Western tradition, or at least 95% of it. Hermetic Kabbalah. Dion Fortune, one of the most influential occultists, views the Tree of Life as the best symbol to meditate on, and the reason is that the same is the backbone of most Western magic, conveying the ageless wisdom of the West, and apparently the Golden Dawn system is the epitome of that. Besides displaying how the universe manifests, the Tree of Life is also a diagram of the human being and God. It is a map of the human soul, reflecting the divine. Paths and Sephiroth. Generally, the Sephiroth are states of consciousness ruling specific forces within and around you. The paths are transitions from one to another. Also generally, the Sephiroth are mystical, whereas the paths are practical. And the second also attribute to the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the elements of ancient philosophy, the zodiacal signs, the planets of the ancients, and the 22 major arcana. Speaking of that, within the Golden Dawn system,
I'm really curious why he said the Sephiroth are mystical and the paths are practical. I guess I get it. So the Sephiroth are objective or the faces of God, and the paths are how we interface with the aspects of God. I guess that makes sense.
the tarot becomes
Good
much more
analysis, dude.
active as it's used for pathworking, obtaining information, consecration, and even ritual work. The hierarchy of the tarot also follows the formula of the four Kabbalistic worlds and Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, the symbol of the ineffable name of God. Going top to...
Did he have like 2 hard drives in that shot? That's him saying like, check it out. I have all the hard drives with all the PDFs you could ever need. I'm just teasing. I actually want to talk to this guy. He seems like a good guy.
Obtaining information, consecration, and even ritual work. The hierarchy of the tarot also follows the formula of the four Kabbalistic worlds and Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, the symbol of the ineffable name of God. Going top to bottom, this also is the formula of all practical magic as discussed in my Mystical Kabbalah book review. Traditionally, Golden Dawn practitioners use the Golden Dawn deck. On the other hand, Sandra Tabata and Chick Cicero also recognize the BOTA and taught decks as suitable.
You know what's funny, Jorge, about the fact that one of Griffin's guys came after you for making that video is Griffin comes from the same order as you. He comes from the same temple as you, right? So his claims are no more than yours. Like, you could do everything he's done with as much pedigree, if that even mattered, which it doesn't. So that's so funny that his people came after you for making that video. Yeah, Griffin teaches what we could call an alternative history of everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, you'll get sued. You'll get sued by David Griffin. That's what the Golden Dawn trademark wars in the 90s were all about. That's why he came and broke into my house, because he trademarked the name in Canada and was trying to demand that we all submit to him. Instead, we almost ran him through with our sentinel sword after he broke into our house, assaulted us, disrupted a Neophyte initiation, spoiled that experience for those people who then left in terror because why some douchebag broke in and attacked us. Yeah, no, you'll get sued in Canada or Europe if you use the name, or in America. You won't get sued in America by the Ciceros, but like, you can't create an order and call yourself the Hermetic or the Golden Dawn, because that's owned by the Ciceros. They counter trademarked it to protect it from Griffin and his flying monkeys, and so they're much more liberal minded about the use of the name. But yeah, you can't use that name anymore because of David Griffin, because of the trademark. Fucking biggest douche move of all time. It's like, you couldn't just let it be. You had to come along and be like, I'm the man. I'm the man, and you're the man, and he's the man. Yeah, that still would violate trademark. Trust me, I know all about this because I've been the one since before Griffin who, I can't say more. Let's just say I have a much longer standing claim to the name than people like David Griffin, and I've found a way to use it legally. And stay tuned. Yeah. Put that in your pipe.
For those wanting the best books on the Sephiroth, the paths, and all correspondences, I suggest Mystical Kabbalah, Garden of...
I'll just tell you, I'm going to use it academically to create an academic archive of all the documents, manuscripts, and everything, and it'll outlast me. I will leave that to the future generations, and we'll all have to collaborate to make that archive of data, so that, it'd be nice if scholars could write accurate things, because the only academic paper written about the LBRP is nonsense. I did a 5-6 hour review on my YouTube about it, on my podcast, which is quite popular. The review I did of this academic paper that ignores all historical documents and just spouts a bunch of modern magic and thelemic nonsense about the LBRP, and yet somehow passed peer review, because no one knows anything in the academy about this stuff. So let's change that. That's my plan.
Pomegranates and 777. And if these are too difficult, check the books of Lon Milo Duquette. Studying the Golden Dawn. Practice. The second and more critical...
What did he say about Lon Milo Duquette? I love Lon, but you can't understand the Golden Dawn by studying Lon.
Golden Dawn deck. On the other hand, Sandra Tabata and Chick Cicero also recognized the BOTA and thought decks as suitable. For those wanting the best books on...
Well, the thought decks, that's because the Ciceros come out of Thelema. And that's why, like, even in the Golden Dawn self-initiation book they have, which I, make many corrections in to teach my students, like, as great as that book is, and I've had students who, using just the neophyte exercises and rituals, have had unparalleled theophanies, like the likes of which they've never had any other way. So that book can get you there, just like anything. Many things can get you there. But the Ciceros use Crowley's Liber Resh instead of the Golden Dawn versions. So they replace Golden Dawn daily rhythms, as they're called in the Stella Matutina, with Liber Resh. Why would you extract Golden Dawn daily practices and replace them with Crowley's daily practices for his religion? It makes no sense.
On the Sephiroth, the Paths, and all correspondences, I suggest...
So that's why the Ciceros would say the thought deck is fine, because they don't put as much importance on knowing the correspondences of the tarot. And they might have said that a long time ago and disagree with that now. They really, they've gone through their changes. They don't allow OTO people in their order. They don't allow those people. It takes the OTO to know the OTO, I guess. But again, I love so many OTO people. It's not an issue. That's not a thing. But yeah, that's probably why he thinks what he thinks about the thought deck. The thought deck is very bad for Golden Dawn people because it changed the correspondences and meanings of many of the cards.
Mystical Kabbalah, Garden of
I still use the deck for
777.
many readings.
And if these are too difficult, check the books of One Mile Duquette. Studying the Golden Dawn. Practice. The second and more critical part of studying the Golden Dawn.
Well, Jorge, you're in the Arcane Research Society. Just mention it to like Steve Mitchell and Ryan Scroggins, and like they run the temples in LA, in Vegas and Austin. They can talk to Griffin. Of course, they don't really have his ear because I was in the pool with Steve and we're like chatting about this stuff, sitting on this rooftop in Austin, and he's like, "Yeah, man, they just don't know why you keep saying so much harsh shit about Griffin." I'm like, "Hey, man, he did a thing and he should apologize because he committed multiple crimes against me and all my crew, and it traumatized people. It was disastrous. The campaign of hatred he led for years against us was legal, brutal, expensive, and life-destroying." So, but the guys he's trained, a lot of the guys, they don't like that. They don't like that that's how it came to be. So, when these older people die, the younger people, we get to change the rules a little bit and create a healthier culture. Let's create a healthier culture going forward. We can do it. I know we can do it. We can do it. And then we can, just
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
something like that.
Is utilizing the theory and correspondences in different workings and rites. Like everything worth doing, the Golden Dawn system demands practicing and consistency. This increases the ability to induce spiritual and mystical experiences while gradually achieving illumination of how the theory...
Yeah, there's some gossip going on there that maybe that I might know is true or not true. And we're just gonna leave it be. Because again, man, we're trying to change things from the past. We don't want to relitigate the past. We don't want to perpetuate it. We want to move forward and do great work together, even a little bit, and have a good time and enjoy our traditions and our spiritual lives. We can make our spiritual communities as healthy as we want to make them. That's one thing I've learned as I've gotten all old and wizened. And you just don't have to redo the past. You can just change things. You can do things. You're a person. And yeah, David Griffin, I love the fact that he trained these people, that his order produced these people who are now really good friends and have been for years. Like, I love that. Thank you, David Griffin. Clip that. Thank you, David Griffin. I appreciate what you've done because it has made my life and full of relationships I wouldn't have without you. What you did back in the day to us, that's another matter. And you can either apologize in this lifetime or have me write about it and talk about it till I die. David Griffin isn't dead. No, great. David Griffin's fine. David Griffin, I wish him long life and health so that he has a long time to contemplate. Apologizing for breaking into our temple during initiation. Yeah. And as for being a, let's not go too into the insults here, but the Cicero's owned a strip club. David Griffin, maybe he was a gigolo. I don't know. Like, who cares? Who cares? None of that matters. Let's talk about it. I like the good old Marseille deck. Can you tell Tomberg's my guide? Yeah. And the Marseille deck is what the Golden Dawners used. The Golden Dawn used that, and then the adepts would color in their own deck using their knowledge of the color system trained in the inner order. The Hermetic Tarot, that's the black and white one. I have a student who loves it. Black and white tarot decks with crazy amounts of symbols do nothing for me. David Griffin is alive and well, and we wish him a long life and much time for reflection and contemplation. It says a lot that you're revealing. Yeah, I know. If you're a fan from the beginning of this podcast, I might have been singing a different tune. But now I'm also different because I'm older and I've suffered loss, unimaginable loss, change, growth, you name it. We have to move forward. We have to let's put it this way.
Some of my best friends are white people.
Twice and can be utilized in one's life. It also lets one progress through the grades, and most importantly, it teaches them to invoke, tolerate, and direct magical forces. Besides its operations, the Golden Dawn bases its grades on the three.
Yeah, I'm not trying to reconcile with David Griffin. He's welcome on the show anytime, though. I just like some of his people because he's got some great people. He's an open door shop, sort of like the order I was trained in, right? Like anyone could just sort of join. And then if you stuck with it, eventually you'd really get to go through everything. And the training that Ryan Scroggins and Steve Mitchell are giving their students is great. And they're running good temples. I think they take many different approaches that I don't take. But what's in the past we would just attack each other and shit on each other. It's way better to go to a rooftop pool in Austin, have a martini and swim in the water and discuss theory. And maybe you can influence you, be like, hey, what if you tried this out? Maybe this would repair. What about this? What about that? And then you all have a nice time and you go have dinner. Like that's the world I want to live in. Not like the old late 90s alt magic forum Project Fairy Wicca smear smashing of each other's names online. That was bullshit. I wasn't a part of it then, and I don't want to be a part of it now.
Meaning
I'm doing a different thing, as you all know. Join Arcane Research Society today and come together where Golden Dawn leaders from temples who haven't seen each other for decades get to hang out and break bread and reconnect over their love of life and light.
The Tree of Life, as my viewers know, has its roots in the heavens, and by walking the path of return or the way of remembering, the student gets in touch with her and more ethereal realms
in the
of existence.
media. I love Magus in the Media. He's the best logo in the occult milieu, and we're going to be doing a little interview on his channel soon, all on a singular topic of the Reverend, the one and only Maynard James Keenan. Stay tuned for me and Magus in the Media, and subscribe to his YouTube channel. He rocks. He rocks hard.
After transitioning from neophyte 0 equals 0 to Zelator 1 equals 10, the aspirant ascends on the tree diagram. The first number represents the stage of development, the second, the actual Sephira. In the case of 1 equals 10, that's like being a first grader and the lowest Sephira Malkut. Outer Order. The Golden Dawn was in fact an outer order of the inner order Rosae Rubeae et Aureae Crucis. It encompasses the so-called elemental grades 1 equals 10 Zelator, 2 equals 9 Theoricus, 3 equals 8 Philosophus, and 4 equals 7 Practicus.
Now, like we might have done this video before, because I feel like I make this comment a lot. The outer order has 5 grades in it: neophyte through Zelator, Theoricus, Practicus, and Philosophus. And it's such a thelemic thing to exclude neophyte from that. I don't know why he does that. It's a thelemic thing. Yeah.
Crucis.
He's reading too much Lon Milo Duquette. Love you, Lon.
It encompasses the so-called elemental grades 1 equals 10 Zelator, 2 equals 9 Theoricus, 3 equals 8 Philosophus, and 4 equals 7 Practicus. Also referred to as the...
Like the outer order is the pentagram. You need 5 grades. Like it's not a 4-grade order. It's the pentagram. Oh, thank you. Become a channel member, like and subscribe. You know what to do. Do the thing, man. Thank you for the donations and super chats. You have no idea what a difference it makes. You have no idea. When they say it adds up, it really does. Thank you very much. Like, so much I'm able to do because of the support of so many people here. And I love you forever for it. The accent adds so much. Yeah, I love his accent. I really love it. Yeah, we got to get him on the podcast. He won't know what hit him.
Outer order grades. These correspond to the 4 elements. The idea is to balance each in one's psyche and life so the person becomes suitable for working with more subtle and powerful currents. Each of these grades is associated with peculiar changes and ordeals, and during each the student constructs the appropriate magical weapon, pentacle, dagger, cup, and...
Wow, what the hell? Oh my god.
That you are so not... Oh god. Balls.
It doesn't even say that in the book that you make those tools and those grades. Like, he's just wrong. Sorry, brother, you're wrong on that one. Those tools are the tools of the adepts made after you've perfected the pentagram. Perfected.
And wand studies the knowledge lecture and actively invokes the force in a maximally sterile environment. They are also exposed to one of the elemental tablets, but more on that later. Elemental grades. 1 = 10 relates to Earth and therefore everything material. Going through it may result in a situation where not taking care of your health, physical appearance, and financial stability is no longer an option. The 2 = 9 lets usually suppressed magical powers to start flowing. On the contrary, it can also make one aggressive and overacting as it triggers specific aspects of the animal soul nefesh, and the reason is that...
So this is the old theory that each grade you're meant to overload yourself with each element to bring out your worst qualities and thus hew them from the tree and cut off the parts of yourself that are corrupted. That's an old mentality that is wrong. In each of the elemental grades, you invoke spirit because you're always invoking spirit with the LRP, and that spirit equilibrates the elements. So you go through each element with the Hierophant invoking the element through the watchtower and bringing down spirit to balance it. So the work of the initiate is to constantly invoke spirit through all of the grades and bring balance to the elements of their being that are already there, not to overwhelm yourself with an element. That's why I think, again, leads to high attrition rates. Well, glad you caught me live as well, Sin3i3. Great to meet you.
All this attributes to Yesod, which is the 9th Sephira. The 3 = 8 can alter relationships and communication, although that's the sphere of thought and the intellect. The Golden Dawn scholar Nick Farrell explains this to a degree, emphasizing the watery side. Attributing to fire, the 4 = 7 can bring repressed anger, such as radical change in one's direction and approach to magic and life. Inner order. After the elemental grades, the aspirant reaches Tiferet and 5 = 6. This unites the supposedly...
He totally skipped Portal. What the hell is happening?
The balanced human being with their holy guardian angel. It is also...
If he's a researcher, he's skipping chapters.
When the magician is accepted in the inner order. Being 5 = 6, the magician is considered to have accomplished the great work, as the subject and object of desire are now one. Based on my research, Rigardi believed there was no use in getting beyond that stage, and this opinion is somewhat shared by Donald Michael Craig and the contemporary Temian echoes. Secret chiefs.
Well, I gave you the actual reason behind that way of thinking.
Usually no longer alive. It is said that these entities reach the grades of the supernal triad, particularly Chokmah and Keter. Not having physical form, the secret chiefs act on the material world through the Har adepts.
So he's confusing secret chiefs with third order. Very common mistake. Not a big deal. It's just wrong. Secret chiefs are the spirit guides. Third order is the, it's just more grades. And they didn't develop them till the Stella Matutina.
Also the only ones they communicate with. And to learn more about that, watch my aggregate
Mark Stavish
and perhaps even get the book. You won't regret it.
Types of magic and the
Golden Dawn. Generally, all magic can be classified under 2 types.
Right next to me.
Occult thaumaturgy or miracle working. The first is usually done in service of others. Often, thaumaturgy is performed by clerics and others. It is also referred to as wow magic. The word theurgy was used by 2nd century Platonists to define the transformative power of various.
And do you know where that word first appeared? Anyone know what famous document that word first appeared in? Let me know.
Techniques. It means divine action or God working, focused on one's own advancement. Also regarded as high magic, the Golden Dawn system falls into the category of theurgy. Hence, Golden Dawn practitioners are theurgists, and according to Iamblichus, practicing theurgy is the way to assist and liberate your soul, reaching the highest divinity. Golden Dawn magic. Like science explores different fields, Golden Dawn magic explores the relationship between humanity and divinity. It aims to bring the true inner self hidden underneath false notions and programming. And as written in Golden Dawn magic, quote, "In truth, magic is a spiritual science. At its core, Golden Dawn magic explores the fundamental working relationship between humanity and divinity. It expresses fundamental knowledge of the true human self that lies beneath the illusion of the outer secular human. That inner self that is inextricably linked with the sacred source of ultimate unity." Unquote. For those searching for commonalities between systems, I offer to explore the fourth-way concept of essence and personality. Method and techniques. As mentioned, the Golden Dawn uses different approaches, only some of which are original. Instead, its power comes from successfully incorporating existing traditions and techniques and mapping them to the Tree of Life. Golden Dawn magic employs its remarkable pentagram formula to work with elemental and zodiacal influences. For planetary forces, it uses its lesser and supreme hexagram rituals. And to learn more about the difference between lesser and greater or supreme, check my videos and cheat sheet.
Oh, he's just ripped off Scott Stenwick's work.
Golden Dawn pentagrams invoke by moving toward and vanish from
cool.
where the element is attributed. Exceptions are the spirit active and...
If he's showing the operant field and all that other Stenwick stuff, he should reference Scott Stenwick's ridiculously affordable books and shout the guy out. But I suspect that would make it hard to then sell Stenwick's innovations to his audience. Oh my God, this is sad to see, huh? It's taking a turn.
Passive pentagrams, which I address in my SRP video, also in the cheat sheet on the ritual. Golden Dawn Earth hexagrams start at the point of the planet and go clockwise to invoke and counterclockwise to banish. The exception is the Golden Dawn Sun hexagram, which basically uses all others one after another. The planetary elemental hexagrams begin their first triangle at the angle attributed to the planet and proceed with the second, commencing at the complementary or opposite point of the same planet. They also invoke by going clockwise and banish by moving counterclockwise. There are also Golden Dawn elemental hexagrams, which I address in my LRH video.
I've never seen them colored before. Jorge, have you seen them colored before? I've never seen that. I wonder who came up with that idea. I wonder if it was Aurum Solus or someone. So Corpus Hermeticum was the best guess. You're close, because Westcott published a collection of writings, which I think sometimes is referred to as the Corpus Hermeticum. And it includes the text that has the first occurrence of the word theurgy, which is the Chaldean oracles. That's where the word theurgy first appears. Null who? I don't know what you're saying nope to, but I'm sure it's something awesome. Because you're an awesome guy. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, young people always do that. If I had grown up in the internet age, I'd probably be doing what they're doing. And some of us like his accent, you know. Some of us like his accent, but I feel you. I feel you deeply. Operant field from this guy. Oh, really? Oh, wow. So you didn't even know that's a Stenwick thing. Oh my God. So he's literally, he's deplatformed Stenwick a bit. Chaos Moon, to be pedantic, you don't put the K in magical. Yeah, you don't really. Or Magician. Stop. If you're using Magician, stop it. Just stop it. It's obnoxious. Was still on operant fields when I read. Yeah, and Stenwick's theories are great, and I've experimented with them a lot, but they are based on a fundamental different understanding of how the rituals work. So they're essentially using the rituals for different purposes in different contexts in different ways. And if that works, it does work. It's great. But again, when you understand the rituals in the Golden Dawn perspective, they don't work that way. That's not how we use them. Yeah, it's based on a different understanding. Yeah, then you found Stenwick. Scott Stenwick. He's going to be presenting at EnokiaCon this year. Go sign up.
Magical circle. The Golden Dawn utilizes the winds
EnokiaCon.com.
and the zodiac models for its pentagram and hexagram rituals. The first places air in the east, fire in the south, water in the west, and earth in the north. The second puts fire in the east, earth in the south, air in the west, and water in the north. According to Regardis the Golden Dawn, this makes the elements vibrate between their position in the physical and astral and subjective and objective. It also forms some of an infinity shape in the circle if you think about it. The signature Golden Dawn technique. If you search the internet, you'll find that the banishing form of the lesser pentagram ritual is considered the most signature Golden Dawn technique with the middle pillar and the rose.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Everything that guy just says is bullshit.
I'd say that if it was a human, it would have been a mighty polymath, and in my humble opinion, this is best expressed in the Supreme Invoking Pentagram ritual. Serving as the basis for Regardis Watchtower ritual, SRP was used for all operations.
I think we might have covered this video already. Anyway, the SRP is not the basis for Regardis Watchtower ritual. The basis for Regardis Watchtower opening, it's called the opening. And it's the opening by Watchtower. And Dr. Terry Burns is doing a practical workshop for like 90 minutes to 2 hours long in a small room in Austin, only available to in-person attendees at EnokiaCon 2026. And you can then do her revised with her husband, who's a legendary Golden Dawn adept from back from the 70s even. And you can do in-person working with her. And I mean, the lady knows how to do magic. She does. She didn't talk about it much when she was a tenured professor, head of a department at a university, but now she does. And we're lucky and we're richer for it. So come to EnokiaCon and do hands-on in-person Watchtower work with Dr. Terry Burns with a full Enochian table present. So who knows what the workshop might turn into, depending on who shows up. And it's based on Ritual K, which is the consecration of the vault from the inner order.
Of the Golden Dawn. Besides zodiac signs and Egyptian god forms, SRP incorporates both Hebrew and Enochian names, which, based on my experience, turns it into something completely different. And part of my hypothesis is that it not only touches the world of Brian,
we will check that out
also
because
more
that's
directly
controversial
impacts the world of action and your psyche. On the contrary, that could be more of a placebo effect, since the Ciceros say it works mainly on the worlds of ideas and formation. I'd also say SRP is crucial for soul practitioners, not just because it will introduce them to the elements like basically nothing else, but because it can show them tangibly what to expect from magic. Let me know if you agree. And to learn how to perform SRP,
I don't
suggest
agree.
my content and dedicated cheat sheet. And besides those, I suggest the Cicero's Golden Dawn magic. Criticism. Based on my research, there are several main criticisms of the Golden Dawn system. The first comes from Israel Regardi, who made conveying the system to future generations his mission. As evident in his one-year manual, Regardi believed that the elemental grades are basically a cookie-cutter approach unsuitable for everyone. Being versed in psychology, Regardi knew each individual has different deficiencies, disbound.
He was a chiropractor. Not a psychologist. He was a psychologist like I'm a psychologist. Well, except he could also give back adjustments. I can't do that. I love chiropractors. Zero shade on chiropractors. They're the reason I no longer walk with a cane and didn't end up in a wheelchair. So thank you to the chiropractors. Dr. Zavash, Burrard Medical Clinic. Oh shit, I shouldn't. If you live in Vancouver, go to okay, I shouldn't shout people like that, real people out on anyway.
And problems. So
You
each
don't
journey
care.
is unique, and everyone deserves a more individualized approach. Just like traditional school is not for everyone. Regardi also invented his Watchtower ritual to produce results similar to going through the elemental grades. Nonetheless, he didn't believe that can replace an actual initiation. Working with all tablets OBW brings the four forces in balance, and that can be more beneficial for certain people. AA and the Angel. Perhaps Crowley viewed things similarly, as he rearranged the entire First Order when creating AA, so the student works with elements and planets much earlier. Traditionally, the Golden Dawn considers there's no contact with...
Just collapsed the inner order system into the outer and turned it into something brand new that, you know, makes some people happy and other people, it makes us, well, you know.
You don't even know one thing. I didn't even say one thing, and then she asked me the whole thing, and I didn't even do it once.
The Angel before 5 = 6. Yet, Crowley reviews that is not the case, and in fact, often, people of art communicate with theirs through their work. Elements in the circle. Another criticism of the Golden Dawn is regarding the positioning of the elements in a magical circle, especially the winds model. Dealing with a pentagram that is supposed to express how the individual perceives the elements, which is subjective. According to some, this must also be applied to the hexagrams, and a similar adjustment is advocated by James Eshelman and David Shoemaker, but regarding the winds model. For more check living...
He keeps talking about all these Thelemites who have never been trained in the Golden Dawn system for the most part. Like, they've been trained in Thelemic magic. It's completely different and there's just very little crossover. They look the same, but they're not the same because the context and practice are completely different. I'll think of an example or analogy, or maybe I won't.
Telima, Pearls of Wisdom, and Jeff Rhodes's Hermetic Kabbalah. Secret Chiefs. As found in Mark Stavish's egregores, it...
Oh yeah, I gotta say, occultology, having you come to Austin was such a gift because you did that mild fascist release on my neck. What's it called? And I've felt so much better ever since. It's just a game changer. I don't know what it's called, but it sounded like mild fascist release. So you released a mild amount of the fascist in me, and now I feel better. You helped my body, brother, in a massive way. God bless you.
It's not excluded for high adepts to speculate with the concept of the secret chiefs controlling and dominating people in a way similar to those of the worst sex. Enochian. Also widespread...
Wait, dominating people?
Living Telima, and a similar adjustment is advocated by James Eshelman and David Shoemaker, but regarding the winds model. For more check Living Telima, Pearls of Wisdom, and Jeff Rhodes's Hermetic Kabbalah. Secret Chiefs. As found in Mark Stavish's egregores, it is not excluded for high adepts to speculate with the concept of the secret chiefs controlling and...
Okay, but secret chiefs aren't egregores. They're spirits. And I definitely don't agree with everything Mark Stavish has ever said on egregores in his book. But that's okay. But yeah, the secret chiefs aren't egregores. The Golden Dawn has an egregore, but that's different from the spirits and the secret chiefs that guide it.
Dominating people in a way similar to those of the worst sex. Enochian. Also widespread criticism comes from deep purists, namely that the Enochian material in the Golden Dawn doesn't match John Dee's original attributions and...
Yeah, none of us who are Enochian purists, and I'm definitely one of them, criticize the Golden Dawn for speciating and making their own version of Dee and Kelly's magic. And they called it Enochian magic. So Enochian magic refers to the Golden Dawn system of Dee and Kelly's angel magic. Plain and simple, cut and dry.
Needs to be completed. Also, that the placement of the tablets isn't correct, the pronunciation of the language is made unnecessarily more sophisticated, and the flashing colors weren't used by Dee. In defense, some gold...
Yeah, none of us purists, and I know all of them because they're all a part of our society, basically all of them. Maria Montgomery, Terry Burns, me, you name it. And a lot of the best Enochian magicians aren't really purists. They're puristical. But like, I'm one of the more dogmatic ones because I like to do the whole Jesus thing, whereas a lot of them are like, I'm not Christian, so I'm not going to say Jesus. Well, according to the angels, this comes from Jesus power. Jesus power. But that's fine. You can say Ma'ad, which is the Enochian name for God, or pronounce it Made or Mada. That's a fine way to pronounce it, Mada. You don't need to be a Christian to do Enochian magic. but not a single purist is critical of the Golden Dawn Enochian magic for any of the reasons he's saying. We just acknowledge that they changed it to create the system they created. What are you all saying? Wait for the give me cash. Oh yeah, it's coming, baby. It's coming. You know it's coming. You know what's coming.
Money, please. My money.
The secret chiefs are what you do late at night so no one knows you. Okay.
Some scholars explain that this approach is different, not incorrect. Others add that the cores help exert more power. Odeon. This refers to people claiming Golden Dawn rituals are quote-unquote Odeon technology for occultniks. Despite my interest in LHP philosophy, I suggest such people to do the different forms of SRP for extended periods without banishing.
You sit on a throne of lies.
If the traditional or original SRP and OBW are the same as the Telemic GRP and the Wiccan opening by Watchtower, influence and legacy, whatever the...
Yeah, none of those things are the same. Different contexts, different paradigms, different methodologies. They're all completely different. They're not the same thing. You know, maybe they're all fruit, but apples and oranges.
Case, the Golden Dawn remains the system most impacting culture. It is virtually impossible to find an organization or practitioners in both US and Europe that do not employ Golden Dawn techniques. Original.
All right, we're almost done this, but I love the questions. I love the comments. You guys are great. It's so cool. I get why people do this stuff now. It's like, it's pretty cool to be able to do this. And I appreciate you all very much. Let me know how I can serve you better. Have you ever watched Galahad Eridanus? No. He tells a story about taking a shroom trip and being possibly a seraphim telling him about the reality of Christ. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense.
And modified version of the Golden Dawn.
Okay. You know, we got this event coming up. We can play one last little promo for it. Come to enochiacon.work, do magical work with Scott Michael Stenwick. Learn the operant field from the guy who created it. Dr. Burns, Dr. David Hill, the leader of the Ordre Martiniste Souverain, the Martinist order, and Temple Louvre. Jason's wife is doing a workshop now too. I invited her ages ago, but she was unsure, and now she's doing it. I'm now that she's met me, she's seen what we're doing, she's in. So we got so many workshops happening now, and the lectures and the audience, the whole thing's just gone up a level. And professional filming, recording, everything. It's just, we're taking it to the moon. So I'm gonna play you this one last shout out for our event. Check it out, hear me sing a song about it. Sign up to arcaneresearchsociety.com for free and register for this year's events if you can. The payment plan that's currently available is going away any day now. So it's your last chance to save some money, register, support our work, come to the events online, in person. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to take a quick lash, as the Irish say it, and do a little secret chiefing and be back to wrap up the show with a bit more fun.
tonight.
Going to Texas, baby. I hope to see you there.
Exercises are adopted by traditional practitioners, New Agers, Chaos magicians, and even LHP followers. It's undeniable. Examples include Donald Tyson's portable magic, such as
I love collaborating with magical musicians. My buddy did slide guitar since I'm still fighting psoriasis on my hands and haven't played instruments professionally in 9 years because of the psoriasis. That's why I'm on this crazy diet. And it was away in Austin. You know, it might have come back not just because I cheated a bit on my diet with 2 glasses of wine at the Tea Party show the other night. It might be because of the dryness. Vancouver is a temperate rainforest, and it rains more here than in Forks, Washington, but it's dry. Some people don't get that. I'm not a meteorologist, so don't ask me, but it's dry. Austin is humid as fuck. And the humidity even eradicated most of the psoriasis on my ankles and feet, which was a blessing. And that came back as soon as I landed in Vancouver, even before I cheated on my diet at the concert. So it might be one like Doc Holliday. I might just need to go to a different climate, and that might be all there is to it. Diet aside, which would be cool. Be cool if just living in Texas with the crazy humidity made my psoriasis go away, and I could eat whatever I wanted within the limits of a dairy, gluten-free, celiac diet. Who knows? But yeah, if you want to collaborate musically, and if you have professional recording gear for banjo and sitar, my first instrument I bought in 1993 was a 5-string banjo because I was obsessed with Cat Stevens and Harold and Maude. And then I got into Irish tenor banjo later in life. And the sitar, well, that's just hardcore.
On more synthesis between the Watchtower and the Supreme Pentagram rituals. Yet, the most evident example is Donald Michael Craig's best-selling Modern Magic, which, although quite eclectic, is heavily Golden Dawn based and was even adopted by certain watches based on my research.
And Modern Magic Craig wrote before he was in the temple and trained in the Golden Dawn, along with Jorge here, unknown philosopher, this guy. They were trained together. They were all part of the same temple with David Griffin, run by Chris Monastre, Rigardi's girlfriend. And, you know, we were like sister temples in LA back in the 90s. We got along good for a long time. And then Griffin trademarked the name and everyone started fighting. Brutal. What a disruptor in the worst way possible. Yeah, I know. There's something about the humidity that was some bodies. Yeah, thanks for the blues. I love singing. Time is running out, and I want to see the Lord. The Lord, the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. Love Texas. Oh, 20 years. Wow. Harmonica. I play the Irish flutes and whistles. Can't hear that. You want to hear a tune? Here, I'll give you a tune. I just have to change a special setting. Yeah. All right, enough of that. Enough of that silliness. Reduce mic background noise back on. Let's finish this up.
Whether you agree with everything written in it,
I'm not a harmonica guy, though I love the harmonica.
Amazon, rivaling Rigardi's
acoustic guitar is awesome.
And that probably says a lot. Also think of Wicca in Telima. Except for Crowley's
I don't
inventions,
know.
these systems are mainly simplified Golden Dawn techniques.
Yeah,
Another
I love
example
modern
is
magic.
the Middle Pillar, utilized as an effective tool.
A horrible introduction to the path, great introduction to the initial mentality, maybe the ethos, the ideas. Yeah.
For combating anxiety. Also as a replacement for the more traditional and extensive vortex when charging objects. In my humble opinion, the term all-day-on technology has
Deep Throat. Vade Ra was based in New Zealand, not Washington, with Laura Jennings. Laura Jennings ran the Raharakti temple, out of which we get the Liam Thomas Christopher and his great work of Kabbalah magic and the transformation stuff. Hello, Spuya. Welcome to the show.
Mostly to do with
we
a
just
dogmatic
started
and rigid state of mind, and not with a particular technique or a system. It is your responsibility to get the best results out of a system, even if that means tweaking it. And as the Ciceros say, there is no one true way. And as Donald Michael Craig suggests, paraphrasing, approach the system and rituals generally like a chaos magician. Plus, the Golden Dawn techniques have so much to offer. If one cannot get their probability shifts, then it's probably them, not the system. As evident on the internet.
See, again, he's citing Stenwick, but not mentioning Stenwick's name because he doesn't want people to get Stenwick's books for $10 and realize they don't need to pay his crazy fees for regurgitated expertise and stolen valor.
The Golden Dawn remains the most influential system. Based on my observations, the interest in it only grows, and I think that's for a good reason. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what yours is, such as your thoughts on the Golden Dawn. Otherwise, like this video if you enjoyed it, subscribe to the channel and my newsletter for more content. Consider checking my digital products, music and books. Support me with either of the links in the description, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for your time.
I've got good news.
It's over. We got through it. We did a whole bunch of stuff today. It was awesome. Had a great time. Thanks for being here. If you can throw a super chat or buy some gift memberships or join the club, join the YouTube, join the Arcane Research Society, do all the stuff, get on the mailing list so that you know what's going on. That would be great. Tyler, welcome. You're listening while falling asleep, taking a load of North Dallas. Hell yeah. It's magic, gospel, blues, and Irish stuff. Thank you, man. I love being, I spent my life as a musician, and it's nice to be doing a bit again. Went for a walk with my buddy Justin from 3 Inches of Blood, a big Canadian metal band, and he started a new project called Organist, which I'm sort of involved in, but mainly he's been doing key work. He just won the Juno Award. Justin Hagberg just won the Juno Award for his keyboard work for the band Ancients, and he's been doing keyboard work with me for a long time, and we got an album of ballads about the Tua J Danon, the Irish gods, coming out. We're just doing a couple songs here, so it'll be out by the time we're in our 50s, you know. And Orm Solus, I've talked about that a lot. I mean, they're just like, they did to the Golden Dawn what everyone else has been doing the Golden Dawn ever since. Yeah. Stealing their stuff and pretending they made it up. That's what they did with the Golden Dawn and Enochian, at least. And the it's who needs it? Who needs Orm Solus? I mean, in some ways, it's like more. It's fine, you know. Thelema, Orm Solus, it's fine. It's just like, I just always find it weird when people want to reinvent the wheel before they've learned how the wheel works. I find it odd. But again, you know, to each their own. What can we say? What can we say?
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's what I've got to say. Everyone can have their own opinions. And there's no escaping the fact that people are going to do things different ways. And again, the destination matters most. The destination is the journey. But if you're heading the right direction, your journey is probably going to be a good one. And I think that's what really matters. So I will leave you guys there for tonight. I had a fantastic time as always, and we have some great podcasts coming up this month. So I appreciate all your support. And how can we wrap this bad boy up? What's the final word on all this craziness from Anglo-Catholic mystical Christianity in the Victorian era through a novel written by Evelyn Underhill about her post-GD analyses of magic and spirits? I think there's only one thing that we can say to wrap up this stream. And I gotta say, I appreciate you all so much. And we'll see you on the flippity flop. And yeah, this is how we wrap this up. This is the last word on today. Damn, almost 5 hours. I said it was going to be a short one, and you know what that means. You know what that means. It means it's not true. And why do we say things that are not true? Well, this is why.
The people are retarded.